rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now a normal rat.
Underground rap, mutant sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleva was his name, fighting, climbing, rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, it's time we fight off to the death. Oh, gee, Sarge. You're telling me that I needed to go after this rat and I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000 and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, jeez. I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
sexual degeneration.
Racist, sexist, Republican. Whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What nasty word?
I'm not built to suck your dick until your dick, your dick, your
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hello, I want that Michigan fist. Hello, Hades' favorite pillow. Hello, Celeste Player One. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Yahoo. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello, Bear Cub. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, how we doing, Firecrafted? Hello, the Uchronian. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Zero to Hero, Zinnia. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Music is. Hello, Displacer Floof. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Nocturnal8999. Hello, Christina, or should I say GamerG. You get to watch part of the stream. It's great, isn't it? Hello, Sage. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. Hello, Billy. I almost did Sage twice. That would have been too many Sages. Hello, Billy the Kid. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Mikola Brigida. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Bizbee. Hello. She takes attendance. I like to think of it as being considerate. Hello, Isaac's. Hello, Femaiden. Hello, I am Dimitri. Hello, everybody. Hello, Hex 000. It's 3 zeros. Hello, Tired and Trans. How we doing? Hello, Anime Sidekick Gal. Hello, May Fanny Longlegs. Hello, Nathan. Thank you for the
What
first
kind of
donut of the
madness is on
stream.
TGE docket tonight?
Oh boy, it's time for us to deliver on some what if alt hist, but we are going to do first the Michigan primary Senate debate because I've been meaning to do that, and we're going to knock that out of the park first. And we'll also be able to give some of the events that occurred after said primary debate, and I think it is going to be just dandy. And then we are going to be getting to what if alt hist. So I hope if you haven't partaken of some kind of, I don't know, substance, or are just a naturally silly little guy, make sure you're in the right headspace for that. I know I have plenty of liquor here, so I think I come sufficiently armed. Oh, Mandela Barnes just dropped out? I mean, I would too. Genuinely, it's catastrophic here for basically anyone who's not Francesca Hahn.
13 days until Election Day here in Wisconsin.
And today we have a new snapshot into the race for governor just hours after our exclusive primetime Democratic debate. Political director Matt Smith is back to break down those new numbers. Matt.
All right, guys, it is all in the new Marquette poll and a widening lead for Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist, in this Democratic primary. Let's bring in Charles Franklin, the director of the Marquette Law School poll. You are a busy man. 2 weeks, 2 polls. What is the revelation in this brand new poll out today?
I think the big headline is that Hong has
I'm something of a poll expert myself.
expanded her lead from where it was a week ago to 38% now from 26% last week. And if you put in the people who lean to a candidate, that goes up to 46%. She's up
Holy
across.
shit. Oh, I love hearing that. Nothing bad can happen. Only good happen. Oh, no, only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. There we go. We winning, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Now, folks, before we get too far into the stream, just letting you know, look at that. Nathan's got us a point on the board. And remember to like the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, share it with your friends and your family, and your dogs, and, the other people in your life. And click the goddamn button. Mandela Barnes is fine. He's just a lib,
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Thank you, Cappy.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
Yes, the green name Scourge grows.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
Wait, Mandela Barnes is an alleged rapist? What?
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click.
I hadn't heard about that.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
I got a game trailer for ya. Hope we got time for this stun lock.
Of course we do. We got time for a lot of stun locks tonight. Mandela Barnes. Oh, Barnes withdrew from the race as the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel was preparing to report that the state Democratic Party last year reviewed anonymous allegations about his sexual encounters. There's no allegation of misconduct, though. Apparently. Is it just that he was, like, gonna get outed for being gay, or, like... Yeah, there's not really any additional details. I guess we'll find out why whenever that piece from the Milwaukee Sentinel drops. How did Takis go? I got into an hour-long kerfuffle with another person named Jack, who is basically my evil twin on the exact opposite end of the globe. It was essentially the transphobic version of the SpongeBob meme with the wallet and Patrick Star. It was basically that. Yes, Evil Jack from the Mirror universe.
The studio behind Little Goody Two Shoes put out a Vampire Survivors like on Steam. It's called Hell Maiden. It's based on Dante's Inferno with 80s anime art style.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like Emma Vigland and that lady from Breaking Points. Wait, which one's the evil clone? And you might be saying, but Jack, of course Emma Vigland is the good one. Have you guys actually been watching the Majority Report? Emma's got a filthy mind. Emma might be the evil one, just like low key hiding in plain sight. Oh, Emily Kuczynski. That makes way more sense. Yeah, no, that actually makes way more sense. I'm so sorry, Crystal Ball. There is a Jack stream tonight. I have not been following the Mayor Her situation in St. Paul. I just started reading about it a little bit today. All right. Let's do this. Cool. Also, we are at 4. I have not been updating. I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I never knew how much I needed anime girls saying Dante Alighieri until recently.
Right. Also, holy shit, I've been watching Dress Up Darling season 2. It's genuinely some of the funniest shit. It's hilarious. And also, all of the fashion is so goddamn fun. For a sub goal, we should have pretend it's 2016 day or 9/11. Nah, I don't think so. Nah. I shouldn't. As a leftist who streams about politics, I should not, in fact, pull a Hassan. All right. Well, story of the Bard. What kind of edible cookie was it? Tell us more. And then we are gonna get started on this Michigan Fist. I thought Dress Up Darling was a Gooner anime. I mean, I guess it's meant to be like that, but I didn't watch it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just really fucking cute. Ooh, a red velvet cookie. That's wonderful. Okay. Got my socks off. Did I know that Marin's English voice is a streamer? I did not. Here we go, you little goobs. Let's do this. So, folks, let's talk in a minute.
If you care to show it off here, it is, but don't feel like you gotta.
Wait, I did forget to click that link. I'm sorry, Superjet guy. I was getting all hyped for the segment. And then we'll go. Okay, I guess you guys will distract me slightly. I'll allow it. Oh, this is cute. Aw, neat. Spyro's no hero. He's a little dude. Look at him. A realm beyond. Well, that's pretty fun. That looks neat. Hell yeah, new Spyro game, babies! And what is... Oh yeah, Hell Maiden. The other one you guys wanted me to check out.
Riverboat derailment team go.
Oh, this is pretty.
Dante? It really is you! Oh, Dante! I thought I'd never see you again! You have to tell me all about it! Who are you? It's me! Virgil! You remember me, don't you? I have to go to...
It's not like I like you or anything, Babaka.
Paradiso. Wait! Dante! Take me with you! Let's go find them then. The poets of Limbo. Get away from me, you! You have to help her, Dante! Star sign. Pleiades! We're going to need your blessing, Horace. Swift and precise. Don't forget! Bravo, Dante! You're unstoppable! Welcome back, Dante! I knew we'd see each other again. What a blessed day we're having in hell! Confess to me, Dante Daddy! My name is Libby Coco. I'm killing you! Wait here! Wait now!
This is incredible.
This blazing flame in my chest. I'm following it all the way to Paradiso.
They like that voice actor has put some stank on that. It's called lesbianism. Finally, people will be able to enjoy, the Inferno the way Dante intended. Okay, this is clearly it. This is the ultimate pinnacle of what Dante envisioned for this story. This is amazing, right? God. I love this. Thank you for sharing it. All right, chat. You can't delay me forever. You cannot do it. I refuse. Also, I ate so much food. I apologize if I burp. I don't think I will though. The thing I'm looking for in the Discord. There we go. Do.
We will need a lot more hemp before we're through.
It's true.
Ken Ham's Big Gay Pleasure Cruise.
Well, if you just shut the fuck up and listen, I'll tell you.
Oh, we have some absolutely top tier sound clips. I still need to add to the soundboard.
Oh, shit.
I was looking for the Michigan Fist one.
Oh, shit. He tore out the back door. He tore out the back door. And I do mean tore. Oh, shit. Shit. Damn it. Fuck. Pierce. Shit. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Pierce. Oh, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Pierce. God damn it. Shit.
Oh, fuck.
This is the most terrifying video I've ever made.
Oh, we're gonna have such a good time tonight. Oh. God.
I have no problem in taking it all.
Okay. Alright. Oh. Holy fuck. Okay. Come on, where's the Michigan Fist? Give me the Michigan Fist! There it is.
I want the Michigan Fist! I want that Michigan Fist!
Are you guys
Hello
ready?
there. How goes the delving so far?
Do you want the Michigan Fist? That's how it goes. Thank you for the gifted membership, or being a member for 9 months. It's an eternal question that we all must ask ourselves.
I want that Michigan Fist!
Do you want that Michigan Fist?
I want that Michigan Fist!
A couple of
I
streamers
want the
watched
Michigan
set aside
Fist!
so-called slop streams for viewer-submitted videos. Maybe you could do defecated watch streams ITD be low effort and good content.
I mean, maybe. I think that's an idea. We'll maybe we'll try it out sometime. But so far, unfortunately, we've been kept very busy. Paladin, Michigan Fist sounds like something that came from Urban Dictionary. I don't want to look up. True. Wait, is that why the Lower Peninsula is shaped like a mitten? Yes. All right, here, let's do this. So, folks, we have to talk about the Michigan Democratic Senate primary race because, oh boy, it's been heating up. I want to dive in to the debate that they had and some of the subsequent events. But before we do that, I want to make it clear that kind of what has emerged out of this is Haley Stevens and the people who supporting her being incredibly, incredibly racist. So here she is over on X.com, Twitter for you old heads. Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmore, and you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. Everyone in America understands you want to blame all of your problems on Jewish Americans. But, buddy, let me be very clear. I will lower the cost of groceries, ban stock trading for elected officials, stop Trump's abuses of power, and protect Michigan manufacturing, and you'll just be a celebrity whining and writing books to get even richer. You're part of the complainer class, looking for their next book or podcast deal. Bro, I just want to work for Michigan. She sucks so much. Like, how is it not transparently obvious that she is engaging in like this racist smear attack against Abdul as if he's like anti-Semitic? He's never done or said anything anti-Semitic. His anti-Semitic position is that he wants to end a genocide. Crazy. And of course, all of the crazies are coming out for Haley Stevens. Let's hear one of her most ardent backers.
Senator, you can comment on that the Michigan individual. I didn't even understand what that meant, ogre on a pike. I think you've kind of embraced the whole Shrek analogy. You kind of laugh at that. But I think what he was saying was that they need to make an example out of you, that a Democrat who was elected as a Democrat shouldn't be able to say the things you're saying because you were supposedly elected with Democrat values that you need to stick to. But
yeah, by the way, just in case y'all are wondering, this is very funny. Let's see here. Yeah. Fetterman is so unpopular that he loses to someone else by 18 points in poll. Nearly 60% of respondents said they'd go for anyone other than him if the Senate race were today. This is literally an article from today, so just to preface that, maybe there is perhaps a party line one needs to toe here.
Since when did some of these Democrat values include some of the things you just talked about? So I don't even understand the point that this gentleman was making.
Yeah, I mean, I never worked out in male modeling, yeah, I mean, call me Senator Shrek, whatever, but this guy is really the Pontiac Plattner, and now he's really running to be the head of our emerging pro-Hamas wing here in the party. So for me...
I'm sorry, there's nothing in Abdul El-Sayed's past that is equatable with Graham Plattner. And also, he's not pro-Hamas. Like, the only reason you would say that is because he's brown. Frankly, like, it's just racism. It's just racism normalized in the Democratic Party. Plain and simple.
Politically, some of the things that he said or done are unacceptable to me. I'm not really sure what I've really done or voted for that has offended the little guy so much, but overall, right now, this is a serious game that we're engaging in, and these same people like Bernie Sanders and other people created the Plattner disaster. He was asked just this Sunday. He has no regrets. Yeah, I have no regrets supporting an accused rapist. I have no regrets supporting a guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest and a guy that roughed up his ex-girlfriends. There's a level of arrogance, and they believe they feel like they have some weird mandate Stop this now, call it out. And that's what I'm willing to do as a committed Democrat. So I think that's pretty reasonable, and I think it's more necessary if more people's willing to do that.
God, what a colossal disappointment Fetterman wound up being. The goddamn betrayal. Anyway, before we get too deep into this, I did want to play this because Abdul El-Sayed is rolling out the big guns now.
Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and I may come from different places, but we're forged from the same fight.
For money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare
for all. That's the part they can't stand. That's why billionaires are spending millions to bury Abdul and this movement.
For all, because wherever you live, however you pray, whoever you vote for, I'm gonna fight for you.
And we only win
when all of us win.
That's right.
I'm Abdul El-Sayed, and I approve this message. All right.
Yay!
Those dorks. I think that's effective. All right, I think that's gonna move some libs. They look super, they look super non-threatening. They're excited and they're promising to make your life better. I think that is generally a pretty successful way to frame yourself in politics. All that being said, let's dive into the debate, baby. Let's go.
This is a special edition of The Pulse, the Democratic Senate.
I will say, for once, we have encountered a debate musical prelude that doesn't fall into what I thought was a universal category of Fire Emblem music.
This just shows the weakness of Ken Martin, Chuck Schumer, and Hakeem Jeffries. Normally the party would stop slandering, but they're weak.
It's true, they are very weak. And Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono!
Hey, just saw a clip of Oliver Larkin on Fox calling the prey a P word.
Genuinely, more people should call Donald Trump a pussy. Like, Donald Trump cares about literally nothing else more than his own image. If, 200 million Americans called him a pussy with one voice, he would, dissolve. Oh, a pedophile? Even better! Also, people have been calling Donald Trump a pedophile for a while, because, best friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Debate. Live from our Fox 2 studios, here's Roop Raj.
And good evening and welcome to Studio C for the Democratic Senate debate. It's a chance for the two candidates to make their final pitch as to why they are the ones who can go up against Republican Mike Rogers. Now, this is a race the whole country is watching, and control of the upper chamber of Congress is on the line tonight. Now, we should mention this debate is an hour long. The first half hour is on both Fox 2 and our streaming platform, Fox Local and Fox2Detroit.com. The second half is exclusively streaming on Fox Local. So have your phone ready. We'll have a QR code at the end of the first half hour that'll take you right to the stream, or you can just log on to Fox2Detroit.com and be ready for that. Handing over to your opponent. So let's have a productive debate that highlights what you want to do, not what the other candidate can't do. There's too much on the line, too much on the table, and people deserve substance over punches tonight.
The strongest thing about the Republican Party is unified messaging, but their infinite money is a close second.
I mean, I'd say the strongest thing about them is the infinite money, which is how they create the unified messaging. IMO.
I want to welcome the two Democratic U.S. Senate candidates, former Wayne County Health Director Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Congresswoman Haley Stevens. To both of you, we give you a warm Fox 2 welcome. We thank you for being with us. We're taking your questions, by the way, via text, and many of those will be asked in the second half hour. Send them to 248-200-5042 or scan the QR code on your screen. The last time we did this, the system almost crashed. So
God, he's so conventionally handsome. It's ridiculous.
So many of you have questions. We know more of you will, so get on that as soon as you can. Dr. El-Sayed, you get the first opening statement tonight.
The lighting is doing her dirty. No, the lighting does her dirty in all lighting.
Root, studio audience, folks watching at home, I am so grateful to be here. My name is Abdul El-Sayed. I'm a doctor. I became a doctor because I go 15 minutes from where I grew up and travel a difference of 10 years difference in life expectancy. Instead of practicing clinically, I went into public health, rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human.
Is the you all hear like the background hum too? Like, is that's from this broadcast, right? It's not on my end somehow. Are any of their labs working? Yeah, like the sound is almost comically bad. Hope you're ready for the greatest moderator ever. I am so excited. It's the debate? Okay. Yeah, I have it paused.
And veteran services. We did things like put glasses on kids, took on corporate polluters, made sure that our kids weren't breathing the worst coming out of smokestacks, and eliminated medical debt. But I'm running because it just shouldn't be this hard. I've been down to 110 different cities, 475 public events. I could go to a living room in Lansing. I could be in a church in Detroit. No matter where I go, people tell me I need to be able to afford my groceries. I need to be able to afford my gas. I need to be able to see a doctor when I get sick. My friend is going to frame this race about me and her. It's not about that. It's about you. It's about what you deserve. It's about you deserving a politics that's not bought off by the same corporations picking your pocket at every single turn. I'm looking forward to the conversation about how we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Next up, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, you have 1 minute for your opening statement tonight.
Well, thank you to everyone tuning in tonight. As we know, the stakes of this race couldn't be higher. Costs continue to go up. Our health care, voting rights, civil rights, it's all on the line, in addition to Social Security and Medicare. And
that's my purse. I don't know you.
Rogers wins this race, all goes by the wayside. Look, Michigan deserves a senator who can win and who can deliver. I'm the only one on this stage who has flipped a Republican seat, and I was named Michigan's most effective Democratic lawmaker in Congress because my only focus is you. Abdul is running for celebrity. Republicans are propping up his campaign.
Like, what an insane argument to make. Yeah, folks, my opponent is only running to be famous, and that's why so many more of you know of him than you know of me. He's only running to make it big. This guy who would have made way more money and had way more fame as a successful doctor. But okay.
And Mike Rogers just the other day said in a secret phone call that he makes it easier for him to win, that he's the one he wants to run against. Look, this isn't about the DC or New York influencer crowd. This is about putting Michigan first, and I've got the receipts to do that, which is why Governor Whitmer and so many others are joining my campaign to win in November.
Congresswoman Dr. Al-Sayed, thank you both for your opening statements. Listen, just want to give you an idea of how we're going to do things a little bit differently from other debates where perhaps it's a little more formalized. This is going to be a conversation where I'm the moderator. I'll ask you questions. The time cues will be given by me. No clocks here. So let's go, and we'll begin with this. So many people have questions about affordability. It's the number one thing we hear about from people. What are they doing in Washington to make sure that life is more affordable for me? Dr. Al-Sayed, what are you doing? That's something that perhaps we haven't heard before in Washington that's different to keep the cost of living down.
So let me just tell you, for me, it's I don't take money from the corporations who are jacking up your prices in the first place.
That's pretty compelling.
She has receipts. She's bought.
See our rent. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. And that was really good. That was a really good joke. And honestly, I saw Abdul Al-Sayed getting flack on Blue Sky earlier today because people were saying, "Oh, he's anti-Semitic and he's talking about AIPAC all the time as like a core component of his campaign." But like corporate interests and AIPAC have funneled over $50 million into this race to fuel Haley Stevens' campaign. It's utterly, utterly ridiculous.
When you're bought off by DTE and Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and APAC, don't be surprised that there's a pro quo that comes with that quid. That money doesn't just fall off trees. $60 million from outside organizations in this race didn't just come from nowhere. It's because those
shot every time Haley says receipts.
I don't think I want to commit to that. That sounds deadly.
exact same organizations expect something on the other side, and that's that they get to expect to own your next U.S. senator. So it starts with being able to say, I'm the only candidate in this race who doesn't take any money from corporations. Never have, never will. And then from there, I actually can stand up to them. I can do things like enforce our antitrust policies that haven't been enforced. I can do things like tax billionaires their wealth so we can take that money and invest it in you and your kids, in your schools. I can do things like make sure that rather than sending your money somewhere else to drop bombs on other people and their kids, we can keep that money here at home. And just in case you don't believe me, just think about this. Just last week, our friend here voted.
Here's a receipt.
Oof. Yeah. Spent as of yesterday, APAC has spent $35,849,713 when it comes to Haley Stevens' campaign. That's crazy. Guys, it's a primary race. We're not even talking like an actual general election. This has got to be one of the most expensive primaries in congressional history.
$3 billion of your tax dollars to a foreign government. That is the pro quo that comes with the quid of $30 million spent by APAC. So it really comes down to how are you funded?
Dr. El-Sayed, thank you. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we heard a lot from Dr. El-Sayed. Some of that was about your record in Washington. I want you to be able to address that, but also tell us what you would do to keep the cost of living down.
Yeah, our affordability crisis is choking us out here in Michigan. You know, everywhere I go, if it's at the fish fry in downtown.
Everywhere I go, you know, we find bodies of people who've been choked out. Every day I wake up. Sometimes I wake up in the hallway of the hotel that I'm staying in. And it's never more than 2 miles away that the bodies are found. So I know what it means for people to get choked out.
Detroit, or the working single mom who just the other day told me her healthcare costs continue to go up, that the grocery bill is only getting harder. We don't need lip service. We need action. And Abdul's going to talk about where employees from certain corporations are spending.
Look, I'm just going to come out and say it. She looks and sounds like someone who would be a serial killer. And like, I know that that is not very nice and kind of me. But her policies suck ass too. And she's being a racist. So like, you know what? I'm gonna be a little bit mean.
Their money, but let me tell you about what I am doing, because DTE and our utility companies are selling out their ratepayers, and I'm giving them an option. I'm saying DTE, either stop raising rates or lose your federal funds and cut executive pay. Look,
did you see the clip where she goes on an awkward riff about cool kids online? No, I didn't. And honestly, I want to go back to not knowing she exists. Those were good times. I didn't appreciate my ignorance enough.
Fighters in these positions, and that is what I have done time and time again. I've got the receipts to show it, and this is also why Governor Whitmer and AG Nessel, you know, two proven fighters who want to see results, have endorsed me in this race, because Michigan, it needs a workhorse in the United States Senate, sleeves rolled up, ready to tackle our problems on day one.
15.
And I'm not just stopping there. Let's lower the cost of groceries with my bill. No tariffs on groceries.
I do want to get into the weeds a bit with this, because I want to ask you a very direct question that so many people ask us. Are these folks getting money from big utility? Congresswoman Haley Stevens, are you taking money for your campaign from D-tier consumers?
No, but let me say this, Roop. I have been transparent.
Oh, Abdul El Sayed about to come at her with the steel chair. Look at that.
D-tier consumers.
No, but let me say this, Roop. I have been...
Damn, it's like he got a gum fruit. Let's go.
Transparent. I have been transparent throughout this campaign, and let me just say this.
When the light hits me just right at the end of the day, it shines right through me. That's how transparent I am. I've been diagnosed as a modern, living, crystalline human creature. It's very rare.
That the only thing that ever motivates my work is the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from. You know, my opponent is on these big podcasts. You know, he's running a podcast himself. These folks are making fun of the way I sound, but yet I sound like the people who need help, who are talking to me about what they need
Congresswoman,
done.
that was a follow-up to ask the direct question, whether you're taking money from utilities
And I
or
said
not.
no.
The answer is no. Thank you.
See, what I love about this is that she just went on like a 2-minute long tear, and the moderator's just like, that had nothing to do with the question I asked you, ma'am.
Dr. El Sayed, I'm asking you the same question. Any money from anyone that we don't know about?
No and never, but then $40,000 in direct receipts to her campaign from DTE's corporate PAC. And then there's, I don't know, Center for Democratic Priorities.
Oh, dog, he studied up on the amount her donors are dropping in her campaign. Let's go. She's so cooked if he just drops this every single time he answers a question. Oh, she's so boned. Brother, showing up.
Which released its funders, but then they're behind these shell organizations, these 501c4s. So I'd really like to revisit that question, because I don't know how to explain $40,000 directly to her campaign from DTE. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never touched a dime of corporate PAC money.
I do want to ask both of you.
But not the sexy D&D kind, more like TGE 18th century royalty inbred Habsburg kind.
Damn. Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated.
Your campaigns.
I'm having such a good time with this already, and we've barely even started.
Respectively, when it comes to certain questions that people have, Congresswoman, we'll begin with you, and we'll dive right into that right now. You've heard many people ask the question about AIPAC, and it seems as though on many instances you haven't directly answered the question. Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC for these PACs to talk about you and to promote you and to put you up as their candidate?
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Root, because this moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy, you know, Abdul and I do differ. I believe in a two-state solution. He has attacked me by name for purporting that the people of Palestine and the people of Israel deserve to live side by side peacefully. The goal is always...
They deserve to live side by side peacefully in different ethno-states. That's what when I say side by side, I don't mean in a multiracial democracy. No, I mean side by side in different ethnically distinct conclaves. All right?
Long-term peace, and also the Prime Minister of Israel has attacked me by name. They both represent the extremes. Look, Michiganders want peace. They deserve to see peace, and that is where I have always cast my vote, and that is the work that I want to do for Michigan in the U.S. Senate.
Specifically about AIPAC money, more than 46.
Man, this moderator has already had it with her shit. And we're only 10 minutes in. This guy's just like, man, you did not answer the question. Please, for the love of God, answer the question.
$1 million has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that is something where you're going to do their bidding should you win this seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be.
Oh my God. If you took a drink every time she said transparent, like you'd be dead by now.
I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in a congressional district in the country. This is a community that I have grieved alongside.
Like unholy fusion between Erica Kirk, a jar of makeup, and a squirrel. Those cheeks be popping.
I think her cheeks are kind of like sunken. She's just got a really wide jaw. And I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. I just really dislike how Weasley she is.
That I've mourned alongside and have fought to bring the hostages home. And I'm still working to get us to long-term peace.
But no concern about the 46
country, Israel.
God, sorry, it just flashed in my head, fully completed, a mod for Silent Hill 2. But it's the Haley Stevens mod. All of the dialogue is just clips from her speeches.
$6 million+ spent on the behalf of AIPAC that should worry people about perhaps you doing their bidding should you win the seat?
Well, I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with campaign finance reform in this country. I have an A grading from End Citizens United. I have been endorsed by Defend the Vote. I have voted consistently, and I'm going to stop Mike Rogers from getting anywhere close to the United States Senate, which is why he doesn't want to run against me, and which is why somebody like Governor Whitmer is supporting me in this race.
Congresswoman Stevens, thank you. I want to give some equal time here to Dr. El Sayed, and specifically I want to talk to you a little bit about this geopolitical weight that we all feel in this community, which is about the Israel-Palestine issue. It obviously has colored this election greatly. It colors the Democratic Party. How do you see yourself moving forward, should you become a senator here, handling the situation with Iran, Israel, and Hamas?
So I just want to say the difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because they know that she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Look, at the end of the day, my job is to take care of you here. I want to be your U.S. Senator. I want your tax dollars spent in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build health care in Michigan, to build roads in Michigan. And I think that money sent over there to kill kids and women is the worst use of our tax dollars. And yet, that's exactly what $46 million in spending will buy you. And I believe deeply that we have a responsibility to make sure that we don't make other people's problems worse.
So we can't see the blood if she is messy while feeding on us slowly pours.
Oh, that's true. That's a fact, actually. After all, she must feed upon the pores in order to allow the donors to feast.
So I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. I believe that we should not be fighting stupid wars that AIPAC wants us to fight in the first place. And I believe we have a responsibility to keep our money here, to invest here. That really is the difference. We're being outspent in this race 12-1. Chances are you're going to see an ad, probably 2 of them, on behalf of AIPAC for my opponent in the next commercial break. That's what that buys you, lying about a record around President Obama's endorsement or lying about me and my character. But that's exactly what happens when you stand up and say, maybe Palestinians should have rights too, and maybe we should have rights to our tax dollars here at home.
Dr. El Sayed, I'm going to give Congresswoman a chance to respond as you made a couple of accusations there about her record. Go ahead, Congresswoman.
Well, as I said, I have been transparent, and that is why
I've been so transparent. That's why I've had to reiterate how transparent I am like a dozen times so far.
have released my full tax returns, and Abdul still hasn't. We need to ask him, what's he hiding? What are the Republicans going to uncover in the general election that they will use against him?
We need to ask.
Vampiric successor mayhaps Miss Stevens.
We need to ask him if he beats his wife. That's what we need to do. Like, she's terrible. I hate her.
Only non-millionaire in this
All my homies hate Haley Stevens.
race. I have been recognized as an effective Democratic lawmaker who, yes, governs in a clear, consistent way on complex challenges. I am beholden to the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from when I am in the grocery store line, people who've broken down in tears, asking me how we can address this affordability crisis. And that is what I am doing. That is what I will do on.
You know, despite all the words she's spending to talk about how transparent she is, I don't feel like she's being more transparent. Strange.
Day one, and I have the receipts to prove it. Dana Nessel agrees with me.
Dr. Al-Said, I do want to ask you a question about the tone and the tenor of this campaign.
This sounds so much like, what's the sneaky Muslim who's 15 points up on me doing? Vibes.
Oh, 100%. Like, she's decided that, you know, she's got her back up against a wall and she wants to do anything and everything she can in order to try and win this race. And so, for some godforsaken reason, she and her campaign have decided that they're going to double down and quadruple down on the racism. And I just don't understand the calculation. Right? Like, who is that for? Who does that win over in the Democratic Party? Like, who is like, yeah, that Trump guy, he's pretty racist. But oh well, let's get someone just as racist as him. Like, how? There's no Republicans to appeal to in this race. So, like, how does she think this will work? It's for the 70-plus-year-old boomer white vote? Yeah, but they're all being taken care of by non-white people. Like, I don't know.
Her words are empty. All the filling went to her eyeliner. Low-key, the heavy makeup feels like an appeal to Republicans. It makes the racism make more sense.
Yeah, but this isn't a primary, so, like, Republicans aren't voting in it. You know? Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And I guess we'll get back into it.
It is safe to say that everyone from Washington to Washington Township in Michigan are sick and tired of people pointing fingers, screaming, yelling, and insulting one another. We've seen a lot of that all across the country.
Thanks,
Earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike, and so many people took offense to that. And it really pointed to the bigger question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign. Do you regret any of the comments that you've made? And do you think that this race could take a more productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out?
Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind.
Also, like, she has shown Abdul El-Sayed no such courtesy from her end, you know?
Supporters had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring to a guy named John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud. And I do think it's important for any senator in Michigan to have a relationship with folks who are in the U.S. Senate. And if those folks are not actually acting in accordance with what they got elected on, I think it's important for all of us to have an honest opinion about what we're going to do to make sure that our Senate looks like the people it represents. But when we talk about unkindness, I also just want to speak to the fact that on behalf of my opponent, UDP, another name for AIPAC, has been running attack ad after attack ad after attack ad on my
personal slams is a term that makes me wish mandatory sumo suit matches were required in every race to serve.
It just makes me think of Space Jam because I'm a millennial And that movie broke us all in a very handful of specific ways. And you can still tell who broke over which parts based on how they choose to spend their free time to this day.
My character. I'm the father of 2 daughters. I'm raising them to be stronger than any man. My wife is a doctor. My mother was the first tenured professor of engineering at her university. I was raised by strong women. To say that somehow, because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago about First Lady Michelle Obama, or I ran against Governor Whitmer, that somehow I'm disrespecting anybody is just inconsistent with the truth. So I really think it's important for my opponent to speak to why she thinks it's okay to spend $10 million of AIPAC money coming after my character. I'd love to understand that, because I went on Twitter and I said that those comments are unkind. I'd like to see the same thing.
Congresswoman, we're going to get to some questions from our audience in just a moment, but Congresswoman, I do want to give you a chance to address that civility issue that is lacking severely in American politics. Is this something that the ads that you see on television, whether you paid for them or whether someone else paid for them, do you think they're doing an injustice to voters by just filling the room with vitriol and hate and not getting to the issues?
Well,
well, when your donors are filling up the airwaves with bullshit and hatred, what do you think about that?
look, there was something else that was revealed in the phone call that Abdul was mentioning, which is that he said that he's not going to be able to get much done, that he's not focused on policy for the first 2 years that he is in the United States Senate, that he's going to be focused on national politics. Again, Michigan needs a workhorse, and I am offering these ideas on day one.
Congressman, respectfully.
And I am that horse. So saddle up, America.
Respectfully,
Yes. Oh,
I do want to answer the question.
But
It's about
it is
civility.
important to
It's
be
about civility.
transparent about what is being said here. And look,
congressman
Abdul's a
should
great
be able
guy.
to
He's a
compete in at
great
least one
father.
sport. I
You know,
don't care
only
if it's
he can
check
account
football,
for
yoga
saying
shows you're
that,
physically and
Whitmer's
mentally
bought and
capable
paid
of doing
for,
the job.
or that
I'm not fully opposed to that, you know? Not fully opposed to that.
no one cares about Debbie Stabenow, or that Mallory McMorrow isn't smart enough. That is certainly on him to respond to, which we certainly just did hear from him on that.
Can I respond? Dr. Al-Sayed, you have a quick minute here.
Look, I told you at the outset that my opponent was going to make this race about me and her. But this is about you. This is about whether or not you deserve a politics of the people, by the people, and for the people, or of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. In an effort to talk about civility, I just took another attack. And I just want you to ask yourself, what is it that you deserve from your politics now? Do you deserve a politician more focused on their opponent because they want to be in a seat? Or do you deserve
Damn, he's smooth. He's so goddamn smooth. He's so good at this.
politics where we're all asking, how do we actually serve you best? Because that's what I'm focused on here in this debate and been focused on for this entire 15-month campaign that we've been running on.
Well, and thank you for clarifying that you didn't call me an ogre.
No, again, for the record, it was Mr. Fetterman that was apparently called an ogre in the call, not you. However, I do want to get to some audience questions as well. It's time to take questions from our studio audience. We want to remind you that we are taking your questions at home as well. Just scan the QR code on your screen or text it to 248-200-50.
Let's go get their asses.
Or to make sure you tune in at 8 o'clock to stream Fox
Hold
Local
your politician
and
accountable.
FoxNewsDetroit.com. These
Let's
candidates will be
go.
answering your questions. But right now we begin with Hannah, who is a voter who's here today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So, what I wanted to ask was, compared to neighboring states, Michigan consistently ranks among one of the worst for power reliability and rate affordability. As hotter summers and severe storms strain our infrastructure, what federal policies or grid investment standards will you champion to ensure Michigan residents get reliable, affordable power?
We'll begin with Congresswoman Haley Stevens for an answer on that.
Yeah, well, and Hannah, thank you so much for asking such an important and palpable question to so many Michiganders. It has been deeply frustrating to see Donald Trump get rid of the clean energy tax credit. It has been deeply frustrating to see.
I love the way Mamdani has created the way Abdul stays on message, and TGE overall push throughout the country for progressive politics has been simply spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, like, of course she's really upset about the tax subsidy that went away.
See our utility bills go up and up and up. These companies do not care about the ratepayers, and they are selling us out. I am not offering lip service to this issue. I'm offering a solution, which is to say to these companies, either lower the rates or lose your federal funds. Look, I voted for the infrastructure bill. I secured funds for us back here in Michigan. I want to do more of that, passing the largest climate bill in the history of this country. Donald Trump's trying to erase it.
This is gonna be the only segment we get to tonight.
Nah, it's not slowing us down that much. We've almost gotten halfway through.
We need a science-forward agenda delivering
for
us
$10 dono
for who our families are, what our children deserve, and that's why I'm running for United States Senate.
Hannah, we have an answer from Dr. El-Sayed as well.
Anna, thank you so much for such an important question. I just want to speak directly to what's happening right now. You've got DTE, which is the biggest spender in our entire politics. They spend on 93% of the entire elected state legislature, as well as most of our congresspeople, including my colleague here. And that allows them to get away with things like building one of the largest hyperscale data centers in our state in ex parte approval. Now, that's fancy terms for saying approval without actually going through the normal process. And this is going to increase the load on our grid by more than...
It's time to a flat Abdul.
It's time to Abdul. Indeed, indeed, Sake. Love it. Love the blast from the past. Let's go. Also, I like that he's actually answering questions without trying to redirect it to, like, how great he is.
And twice. Now, we just lost our power for 5 days in a row because of a mid-level storm. We need to do a lot better. To me, it's about transparency in policymaking. People should not be able to take that money and then turn the other cheek and then allow for these approval processes that aren't approval processes at all. I still have yet to see a plan from DTE about how they're going to improve our reliability while doubling, more so, the amount of electricity they're expected to provide for a data center that nobody asked for. I put out a terms of engagement because these data centers, that was one of 15 that proposed last year alone. We need to be serious about the incoming threat that's going to make all of this so much worse.
Thank you both, and thank you, Hannah, for your question. I want to address both of the candidates, and by the way, we are going to get to some text message questions as well.
I hope we hear from the lady in the floral suit.
From all of you at home. But I want to talk specifically about your campaigns. And I think it's noteworthy that one of the reasons we're doing this debate is to contrast the two of you, where you stand on so many issues, but also on how you...
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if he tries to distance himself from DSA in this debate. Because, Gamergy, you're right. He's never aligned himself with DSA. It's more so just they're both in the same general ballpark. But he doesn't call himself a democratic socialist. And I think that's fine. I think we can take alignment along the broad strokes. You know, I think we can take that. We can work with it.
You go about doing your business, how you campaign. Dr. El-Sayed, I'll begin with you. The Democratic Socialists of America have not made an endorsement in this particular race. But when you go to our rally, and we've covered so many of them are from that organization. Who are you when it comes to your political stripes? Many people call you progressive. Some have accused you of being a socialist. Not that that's a bad word, but people have said that about you. Where do you stand on your politics? How would you describe your politics?
Roop, I'm a doctor and a scientist. I want policy solutions that actually map to the problems that we face. My governing experience is rebuilding a health department in the city of Detroit, leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human, and Veteran Services. We had to go in there and work with a diverse community to be asking what are the challenges we face and how do we actually solve them. We were able to identify the fact that our county ranked the number 8 for medical debt nationwide, and we could eliminate that for a penny on the dollar. So we set aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million in medical debt. When kids couldn't get glasses, 30% of them would get tested positive for needing glasses and wouldn't get a pair. We put optometrists on vans outside of schools so that as soon as a kid got a positive test, they go out, get a full optometric exam, and get a pair of glasses delivered within 2 weeks of a vision test. Now, working with a diverse community of people, you come to realize that not every solution fits the same way. You've got to be thinking about a solution in the right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The biggest threat to capitalism was never never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buy.
I do like that he talks about consolidation and monopoly power as an actual honest-to-God problem we need to do something about.
A flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
Congresswoman Stevens, another question about your campaign. We've seen just in the last few days, of course, Senator Sanders, we've seen AOC, and we've seen Elizabeth Warren just today, and they're all behind Abdul. These are the people who worked with you in the same room, have watched you for your 4 terms. Should that concern voters that they're taking the outsider side in this case? You have a minute and a half.
Well, I think that we should look at the fact that Brenda Lawrence, my longtime mentor and dear friend, Congresswoman from Oakland County representing Detroit, has been an early endorser of mine in this race alongside Governor Whitmer, Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters, who, like myself, has been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for our state. But let me be really clear right now, because I'm going to tell you what kind of politician I am.
Let me be really clear. You mean you want to become transparent, huh?
I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, okay? I have visited hundreds of small to mid-sized manufacturing shop floors. I have operated CNC machines in my life previous to being in elected office. I have a deep passion for the bread and butter of our state and a unique understanding.
Dirty to me, Mr. Socialist law-loving Abdul here.
Right? Like, Abdul's policies are just better. They're just better. This lady stinks.
Understanding of it. So when Donald Trump and Mike Rogers go to lick the bootstraps of China and start a trade war with Canada, screwing us over and selling us down the river, I will be standing up for us and securing things like what I did with the CHIPS and Science Act to deliver for our youth and equity and inclusion that is so very important to our future. Jobs for everyone, lower costs, and yeah, stop these abuses of power that are coming down from Trump and Rogers, who are treating it like the stock trading floor.
IPAC rehearsed lines.
I mean, there are a lot of talking points here clearly written by her campaign, but given the amount of money that has been given to her campaign by AIPAC, like, genuinely, that's not inconceivable, and that is disgusting to me, you know? It should be inconceivable that a Democrat running in 2026 would be like this, and yet here we are, you know?
Haley Stevens, Dr. Al Sayed, we thank you so much for your time. We're not done at all. In fact, the debate is only halfway through. Our conversation continues. We have a lot of text messages. This bat phone's been blowing up when it takes some of your questions. The debate continues on our streaming platform, Fox Local. Here's what you do. Scan the QR code on the right of your screen. Go right to fox2detroit.com. Your questions, messages. You're about to hear more from the candidate for longevity.
Manufacturing that we lost because of terrible policies like USMCA, voted on by my friend here, is to make sure that we are thoughtful about actually regulating the way that corporations and the top of corporations make decisions. Number one, I think we need to ban stock buybacks. This is this process by which corporations will literally buy their own stock to artificially raise their stock.
Yeah, obviously this should be illegal. Every company does it. This should have been illegal ages ago.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Indeed, Zakivnuki. Indeed. Indubitably, even.
Stock price, taking money away from the future of R&D and the workers themselves. Number two, I actually think that there's a pathway, unlike the stupid tariffs of Donald Trump, which is around-the-clock tariffs for everyone. I think that there's a place for targeted tariffs. If you think about
if she wins this primary, you will all of a sudden be cheering her on after trashing her. Politics are a joke. No, I don't think that's true.
Free trade like cancer, I think we need some chemo. And the way that would work is that they were transparent, specific, directed to particular product lines. And then number three, I think we need to massively invest in continuing to be the best place to make an internal combustion engine in the world, and also to invest in EVs and EV infrastructure. And I want to talk about what I mean by that. I don't believe in a mandate, but what I do believe is that you should be able to buy a $25,000, 300-mile range car brought to you by the big three. Why? Because that's the way that we're going to be able to create a product line that can compete all over the world with the...
Man, I wish it wasn't political poison for him to basically be like, we're going to launch the biggest manufacturing push in American history here in Michigan. We are going to bring back manufacturing on an incalculable scale as we embrace electrical and renewable energy construction. Like, that'd be nice if that was the main message here.
Kinds of cars that China is now manufacturing and eating our lunch on. But that means we have to invest in workers, and that really is the most important piece here. The UAW has built the American automotive industry. We need to be invested in them. We need to make sure that we continue to have the best manufacturing and engineering talent in the world. And that means ending the restriction that we've seen, and it means investing in our workers again. Again, we have an opportunity to continue to lead if we're willing to actually think past the ridiculousness of the Trump administration into what the future can be and into how we continue to invest in workers, engineers, and a product line be fit for the future.
Congresswoman, I know you have a lot of notes and a lot in your mind and heart about manufacturing, but does it disturb you at all that the UAW put their endorsement to Abdul when you've done all this stuff for manufacturing that you've talked about?
Look, I am so deeply proud to have a longstanding relationship with retirees and UAW members and to have 17 labor endorsements in this race by a long shot. And I'm also very proud to have receipts and plans. And I'll show you where I'm leading the charge.
She looks like mugged an assistant and stole their invitation to the cookout and then brought a bowl of soggy raisins and calls it a potato salad.
Damn. Oh. She do be looking like that, though. That just made me, like, secondhand cringe. And you're making it up as you go, I hope. God damn.
Are killing us in our...
You guys got knives out for this lady.
Manufacturing sector. All right, the trade war with Canada has sold us out. There are 1,000 Cleveland Cliffs workers, mostly in downriver, that are out of work right now. You know, Mike Rogers wants to rubber stamp all of this. The stakes couldn't be higher. November is 50-50. He said on the leaked call he wants to run against Abdul. He knows that I passed bipartisan wins for Michigan with chips and science to lessen our dependence on China, that I want to do that with critical minerals, which will lower costs and create
She's so
jobs.
transparent that the question flies right past her as she avoids it.
Yeah. It just, you know, they never see her coming. Because she's transparent. She sneaks it past them. But, like, her record isn't great in Congress, so I'm not entirely sure who she thinks she's winning over when she says, look at my record.
And continue to propel us as a manufacturing hub. And look, Group, I was deeply proud to play a role in the Obama administration when our big three was on the line, particularly General Motors and Chrysler, and hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs across our state. That was a long time ago, but it was policy that worked. We cannot take for granted that this incredible state of ours, Michigan, is just one of a handful left in the country whose central economy, all the jobs, drive through manufacturing. I'm going to be the champion for that in the United States Senate, and I'm going to run through anyone and anything that gets in my way to deliver for us.
You know, one of the things and one of the reasons we wanted this debate to happen right now, just hardly, a week away from the big election, is because people don't always understand the differences between the two of you. Some of them are clear, some of them are not. So I'm going to ask you a question that.
Okay. Moderator, now's the time to show your power level. Now, moderator, now is the time to shed off your Rock Lee training weights. Okay? It's time to bring the pain. Time to unlock your chakras. But not the clown one. Let's go.
Is really mirrored in this text message from one of our Fox 2 viewers. And I think this is really a poignant question. Dr. El-Sayed, I'll begin with you. What is the number one thing Senate Democrats are failing to do right now that you would do differently?
Well, number one, I just think the filibuster itself is anti-democratic. And we had an opportunity to break the filibuster. Now, let me just talk about what the filibuster is. The filibuster is a process by which all of the Senate can hide behind one senator.
Is this a MAGA safe space? Oh yeah, it's super safe for MAGA. For sure. We love MAGA here. You know, every day we wake up making America great again.
Who wants to filibuster, which requires a 60-vote threshold to break. And that means that you need 60 votes to pass something when it really should just be the majority number of votes. I oppose the filibuster. I think the filibuster has been anti-democratic for a lot of reasons. And once you get past that.
Also, I love that he's making the argument to get rid of the filibuster. It's genuinely an argument that needs to come like right now.
She seems to think that she's entitled to a position because she's worked in Congress already, which is antithetical to what we need right now.
Yeah, it's also right now a message that means diddly shit to anybody. People hate Congress. Like, with a couple of exceptions, people hate their senators and their elected officials because they view them as weak and charlatans who don't fight for them.
In every respect, she reeks of appeal to Republicans. I already mentioned the makeup and racism, but also the constant mention of receipts while expecting people to not look into her at all makes sense.
Uh-huh.
We have the opportunity to get money out of politics to take on Citizens United. We have the opportunity to put money back in pockets by doing things like passing the PRO Act to stand with unions like the UAW who've endorsed us. We have the opportunity to start changing and enforcing our antitrust policies so a few corporations can't pick your pocket at every turn. We have the opportunity to tax billionaires their wealth, and we have the opportunity to finally guarantee every single person in this country health care through Medicare for all. But we've got to get the democracy part of it right. And right now, the biggest risks to our democracy are the filibuster, it's anti-democratic at the Senate, and money in politics. The attack ads that you've seen, probably in the last commercial break itself, that change our political system. When you ask $60 million to come into a race for you and then say that somehow you're electable, I think you don't quite understand what electability means. If you need a $60 million crutch, you probably can't be elected on your own terms. So I would just say that you should.
Damn, boy, you taking her out behind the shed. God damn, you old yellering her campaign in real time. You need to outspend me by $60 million. You can't win on your own merits. That that is undeniably correct.
Probably, if you really want to beat Mike Rogers, find the candidate who is electable without having to ask for a $60 million crutch to do it.
Congresswoman?
Well, look, you talk about the senators who've come in here from the coast to campaign alongside Abdul. And I think one of the things they are really missing is what we need here in Michigan. You know, an understanding of what makes our state tick. You know, go and visit a small business. Go and talk to a Black-owned business. You know, I know it's great to host rallies and have these fun events, but everywhere I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit.
I love that she's essentially saying, you haven't experienced the real world. You, Abdul El-Sayed, your hands are soft. You've never gone out there and talked to a Black-owned business. You've been too busy with your fancy book deals and your PhDs and your rallies that are where people look at you because you're popular and listen to your ideas because they like you. No. True passion is talking to, would-be constituents.
a minority-owned business. I want to see my bill that would take an investment capital structure into Black-owned businesses. So things like what we have on the Avenue of Fashion, which is a national best practice, that we can do that in Saginaw and Muskegon and Lansing. There's so much great economic development happening here, but our tax code and our tax dollars aren't working for us, which is why I have staked such a big part of my campaign on hope and equity, so that every
and transparency
code gets equal investment. I have fought to bring these dollars into Pontiac, and I'm darn proud of it. You know, for the bridge and for youth recreation, we need to continue to do that across the state. And the people who aren't from here, who are so eager to campaign here, they should really come and...
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm finding her extraordinarily grating as time goes on. Like, the more we see of her, the less I like her, and I already didn't start out from a very positive perspective. Like, it is only going to hurt her to talk to voters. Like, she's infuriating, and she feels like an op.
Spend some time with the residents and the people who I'm hearing from each and every single day. Look, there's a lot to be proud of for Michigan, but there is so much we could be doing to do more for folks.
I believe your question. I just want to make sure that the viewer had their question answered, because I think it was about what was going wrong in the Senate, and we got this conversation about why senators should come visit, which is actually exactly what they just did. But I just also want to just be clear about this, that at the end of the day, yes, you should go to small businesses. That's actually what we've done. We've also gone to 475 public events where we actually took questions from
along with IPAC.
You know, not just APAC. How about we get rid of, like, all lobbying? Just outlaw lobbying completely. You know? That's where I'm at.
Michigan is a big state. I'd appreciate more public transportation. Gimme trains, statewide trains.
Trains, statewide trains. We love them. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
Audience, rather than these baked and polished, made for a camera events that too often is the way that my friend has campaigned. And so, look, we do bring people in because we want to actually introduce them to Michiganders. And wouldn't it be better if one of our senators went to the Senate with colleagues ready to work with them on day one?
Well, I do want to ask you both about contrasting something that I think is really important right now. When we talk about ICE, this is something that obviously has seemed to kind of calm down a bit, but it's still fundamentally important to everyone who's watching right now. Congresswoman Stevens, where do you stand on ICE and the funding for ICE and where things should be going?
Ooh, can she say abolish ICE, chat? Can she do it?
Well, I am leading the charge in the Congress right now to redirect $70 billion of your tax money, Michiganders' taxpayer money, that went to ICE at the expense of your health care, at the expense of food benefits, all things that I am hearing from Michiganders where they are experiencing pain points. We've got to redirect that $70 billion back into communities. I called for Kristi Noem to go. She was fired. But guess what? No reforms. Not a penny.
Is she going to do it?
More for this rogue agency that is wreaking havoc.
Defund
Look,
it?
I've
Okay,
talked
not a
to
penny more.
administrators at Harms Elementary in Detroit, you know, parents who are afraid to drop their kids off for school because of these ICE raids. This isn't working for us. This is abuse of power. And I am standing up to Trump right now on these abuses of power, not shouting into a bullhorn, not getting in front of the first camera I see, but doing the hard.
Yes. That is Abdul El-Sayed's way. You're right. You're right.
Hard work. That is what Michigan deserves. Look, my opponent here, Abdul, he is such a talented guy. He's written 3 books. He's had 300 podcasts. You know, he's had all this attention. But the deal is we don't need a celebrity candidate. We don't need a celebrity senator. We need somebody who is committed to 6 years of hard, unglamorous work that's going to stand up to this junk that is wreaking havoc and causing chaos right before our very eyes. It's unacceptable.
All right, Congresswoman.
Not a single peep in here talking about how it's unacceptable, But apparently it's a little acceptable if you're not even willing to talk about abolishing the agency.
Thank you. Dr. El Sayed, you heard Congresswoman Stevens there say, essentially, strip away some of the funding for ICE. Is that not good enough?
Well, she's also voted to raise ICE funding 4 times. That's the part that you didn't hear. 4 times voted to raise ICE funding. Voted to thank ICE, in fact. So this is the same kind of DC hypocrisy, I hate to say it, that we often see. Say one thing in front of a camera, do another thing. I said that we need to abolish ICE. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. We can have a safe and secure southern border. We can also enforce immigration policy. But ICE is not about that. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. And I just want to push back on the idea that it's calmed down. I mean, I was just in Genesee County this weekend, and you had raids in Saginaw. People are scared to death, and we've got a congresswoman who tells you that she's against ICE, has voted to raise ICE funding, voted to thank ICE.
Abdul, killing it.
People who work in ICE, I don't know, very fine public servants and other things when she went and visited herself. So I'm just saying that I do the thing that I say I'm going to do. I don't think ICE needs to exist. For the better part of our country's history, we did not have an ICE, and I think we can do a...
ICE is an incredibly modern innovation in how to oppress a people. We should probably get rid of it.
Much better job when it comes to immigration without one. And here's the last thing I just want to say about this. When it comes to the question of immigration, we need Democrats who are going to stand up and actually talk about the great good that immigration has done for our country in the first place. The idea that somehow we can't say abolish ICE because we're so afraid of what they're going to say when we've seen ICE terrorize people in our streets, to me, is exactly the kind of cowardice that we don't need from Democrats. So yeah, I'm going to take the bullhorn, and I'm going to say that I think we need to abolish ICE because I am not afraid of what they're going to say about me.
Doctor, I do want to follow up, though, with both of you. Isn't saying abolish ICE like saying...
She's blinking so hard at him right now. Yeah, she's blinking Morse code, threatening him in real time.
Literally nothing about ICE has changed since Stevens voted to thank them. Now she's pretending to be against them.
Yeah, look, it's all hollow performance on her part. She's already been bought and paid for. Like, it's... The pretending just makes me more angry every time I see her, you know? Hey, the Wafflebackers. Also, Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very much appreciate the financial support. Hope you enjoy your red name. Enjoy lording it over the others. Welcome, folks.
Defund the police. Is that just busting the whole thing open? Or do you believe that in order to have enforcement, you need to have an agency that knows how to do it?
Yeah, well, I just also ran government agencies. And I know that when a culture of impunity sets into a government agency, it becomes almost impossible to take out. And so I think the agency as it exists does not need to exist. That's not to say that we are not going to keep our streets secure. That's not to say that we're not going to enforce immigration policy. That's not to say that we shouldn't have a safe, secure southern border.
How do you do it?
The same way we did it for most of our history, Root. For most of our history, we didn't have ICE. We had INS. And they were targeted. They obeyed the laws of this land. They didn't terrorize people in places like preschools and parking lots. They didn't run up in schools and churches. They understood that their job, yes, was to enforce immigration policy, but they did it under...
I will say that INS was a lot better than what's happening right now. I wouldn't describe INS as, like, ideal, you know?
The protection of the Constitution itself. And that's what we're losing here. You've got ICE agents who do not understand that the central law of this country is the Constitution itself. ICE has become a tyrannical agency, and I think there is no way to get past that except for to undo the agency and then build from scratch.
Congresswoman, you have been on video saying on social media before about the fine people of ICE. Do you feel differently about that? Do you believe that both can be true, that there needs to be reform, but there are good people working with us?
Let me just be very clear. Complaints and slogans aren't solutions, all right? I went up to an ICE detention.
She is more slogan than woman.
Facility to call out and see why people were losing their lives, why they were being held for long periods of time without due process.
Gotta love that Overton
This
window,
has been
am I right?
an outrage. And
I mean, it's working for us right now. We're You know, we're moving in the right direction nationally, but we have to win these fights. You know? Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
A lot of you remember Abdul from when he first ran for governor in 2018. It didn't work out. So he started the podcast, he wrote the books, and now he's running for Senate. And he's already bought the website for president. You know, it's just another rung on the ladder. That's not what this job is for me. That's not why I'm putting up my hand in this moment. It's not about celebrity. This is about making sure that Mike Rogers doesn't get anywhere close to this seat. I'm the only one on this stage who has beat MAGA 4 times and delivered repeatedly for this state and for our values, for our rights and our freedoms. And I promise you, Michigan, I will make us shine.
Dr. El-Sayed, there are people watching this right now, and every time they hear this podcast business, they're scratching their heads. They're putting food on the table, gas in the tank. They're curious to know what that's about. Have you made a ton of money because of podcasts?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I told all the viewers at the
Also, he's never done his own show. He's just been guesting on other people's shows, which doesn't make you money.
Outset that while my opponent was going to make this about me and her, I want to make this about you. Somehow she just really, you can listen to the podcast. It's there. Congresswoman, if you enjoy podcasts about public health, I welcome you to take a listen. You seem very concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that people can't pay for their gas, they can't pay for their groceries. We're fighting a war that's cost us billions of dollars, that has been pushed by the government of a foreign country, the same foreign country that the folks paying for your ads want us to send billions of dollars to. And that's the thing that I think Michiganders really want.
I love when he goes on the attack. It's genuinely
Slogans are not policy.
moving.
However, messages from your own dreams? Those are policy, such as Israel, the apartheid nation state, coming to you in your dreams.
Oh,
that
God.
is policy, guys.
Want to understand. They're not that worried about the fact that I hosted a podcast. They're worried about the fact that right now, for a lot of folks, their kids go to schools that are unbecoming of their future. They are worried about the fact that they can't gas up their car because it costs, what, $4.50 a gallon? They're worried about the fact that the same corporations who funded your campaign are raising rates on the things that they can't go without, like their power. So I'd really like us to focus on the things that actually matter, which have nothing to do with the podcast, have everything to do with the future of Michiganders that we would like to serve.
Yeah, but it also is about transparency. And
God damn. Seriously, if you did a drinking game with her saying transparency, you'd be dead. Stop killing our brightest college students, Haley Stevens.
you have not released your full tax returns. $300,000.
Stevens keeps talking about how she beat Megan, but old politics is gone. She's not a guaranteed win, and we need a real progressive. Haley can't meet this moment.
Yeah, no, she is incapable of it. And make no mistake, the second she gets elected, AIPAC will switch on her and start backing her Republican opponent.
In other income while you sat in the podcast chair and you hawked junk healthcare cures that RFK Jr. would thumbs up. You talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but still no one knows who's putting the money in your pocket. You know, I have been transparent and I am offering, you know.
I've been transparent. Oh, stop.
Real plans to address the cost of living crisis,
we want to be able to
tackle Donald Trump's
And you're talking about what you did, but you also made some accusations here. Dr. El-Sayed, that is a question that some people may have that Congresswoman's talking about. Talk about the money and the financial disclosures. You were going to release some
We
today.
released all of our financial disclosures. Again, this is a distraction from the issues in your life.
But not
I'd love to talk about transparency. I really would. Because I want you to ask yourself.
Did you see that? She was trying to get in a side remark and he just like immediately heard her and talked over her. Excellent. Well done. You need to stay on message. This is like the Death Star trench run, buddy. Stay on target. Stay on target.
There is this group called the Center for Democratic Priorities. They didn't exist until they popped up and started running ads for my opponent. And then there's this other group called Center Forward that paid for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to go to Portugal. And they just released their donors, and then it's a whole bunch of shell 501c4 organizations. They're the folks who are literally putting money in our pockets right now to try and mis- and disinform us about this race. And here's the thing about it. none of it actually makes your life better. Think about the $60 million that got spent in this.
You know, sometimes I look over at chat and I see something that just immediately stands out to me and I don't understand the context. Oh, okay. I just hear Jack say, "I hole." And I just like, what? Wait, what is the context here? What is happening in the chat? I love you guys. You silly little geese.
Race. What could $60 million do for a community in Detroit? What could $60 million mean for erasing medical debt? I'll tell you. $6 billion it could erase.
Wait, it was a typo? Okay, it being a typo makes it make way more sense, but it's still very funny.
But they want to spend it to get the congresswoman elected. Why? Because at the end of the day, they know that they're going to have a safe seat doing their bidding instead of yours. Every single dollar that DTE is spending is a down payment on knowing that they can raise your rates. Every single dollar that Blue Cross Blue Shield spends in this race is a down payment on raising your premium.
All right.
Every single dollar.
Thank you, Dr.
comes with
El-Sayed.
something.
I want to ask some more questions from our audience at home right now. You're texting us. I got them right here. The next question is, how will you ensure low-income communities receive equitable and adequate education? You've heard so many people say Michigan
Are we going to hear about transparency?
ranks 44th when it comes to literacy for fourth graders. Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens. What are you doing now? What do you plan to do should you become senator?
Well, we are certainly being robbed by Washington, D.C. and Donald Trump, who treats the Oval Office like a stock.
I gotta be honest with you, there was a part of me that was wondering if she was going to say by the teachers' unions, just because she's full of Republican energy, you know?
Trade floor. This is why I want to end the corruption of seeing people who want to be celebrities or get famous or rich in office. I want to ban stock trading. Folks, I'm the only non-millionaire in this race. But let me tell you something about what I have worked on and what I am fighting for. Full funding for special education. You know, our public schools here in Michigan are getting the short end of the stick. And if we fully fund special education, we can meet the needs that a family in Royal Oak has talked to me about, where they feel torn about making sure that their child with special complex medical needs actually gets the education they deserve. This is also why we have to expand Medicaid, not just reinstate the cuts that Donald Trump cut. We have got to expand these programs. And I consider myself a warrior for public education. And this is also why I have written legislation and why I'm leading the charge to redirect grants to go into the profession of education, just like my father was. He was a first grade teacher in the city of Detroit doing reading recovery, in addition to running his small business. And so I want to see.
I gotta be honest, they're giving a lot of open-ended question answering time in this debate, and it's a bit frustrating. It feels like she's vamping.
Can you be more generic, Ms. Stevens?
Right? Like, she's using a lot of words to say nothing at all. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
More people go into that profession, go into our public schools, and that is going to certainly solve a lot of problems for us.
Dr. El-Sayed, you heard the Congresswoman say redirect grant money. Is that part of the solution here? What do you think?
You know, you asked a really important question about education. I'd like to answer that question. I'm proud of the fact that the American Federation of Teachers has endorsed me.
Yeah, she's running a campaign built for like the 1990s in 2026. You know, 90s style is back in, but not 90s politics.
In this race. And they've done it because I'm a proud product of public schools. I know what it's like to walk into a public school in Detroit in January, and kids are bundled up because the boiler's broken, trying to learn how to read. You talk about a literacy crisis. How do you learn how to read when you have to wear a coat in the middle of the day? We put glasses on kids' faces specifically because we knew that it doesn't matter what's happening on the block.
Dancing Stevens is doing.
Yeah, there's some impressive choreography at work here. Gotta be honest.
Blackboard if you can't see the blackboard. But we need to radically rethink how we do public education in this country. We are not invested nearly enough. I want to tie the support for public education through the Department of Education, which, by the way, needs not just to be.
I think this is a good point. People are tired of pure attack politics. They want actual policies, which is absolutely true, right? Like, a lot of people, it's not even that they're sick of attack politics. They need, out of necessity, to know what people's policies are going to be. And if they can vote for someone else and get better policies, they will, right? Like, and Haley Stevens just isn't talking policy, really. Just my opponent bad, my opponent bad.
Brought back, but fully invested in. I want to tie that funding to the Department of Defense. So when they try to raise the Department of Defense budget, we're going to make sure we're invested in public schools too. I also think that the way that we have funded local education, specifically school buildings, has too often ported the historical racism of the past. Right now, we fund school buildings based on property tax. Property tax is a function of property value. Property value is a function of who's been able to live where as a function of redlining from the past. And when we say that that same process should be patterning the social mobility of the future through public schools, that's a real problem. But I just want to say this. I actually agree with the Congresswoman on one really critical thing. We are being robbed. The money that we should have to invest in our schools is being sent to foreign governments to destroy other people's schools instead of investing in our own. And that is exactly what AIPAC wants you to do and why they're spending so much money to get the Congresswoman elected.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, it's one point in which at least partially you agree on. As one of you will be taking on Mike Rogers, people want to know what are the defining differences. This next question comes to us from a young person herself who actually is a student in Detroit, a college student. And we thank you so much, Kimora, for being with us here today. What's your question to the candidates?
Thank you. Good evening, candidates. My name is Kimora Riddick, and I'm a Wayne State University junior studying broadcast journalism. And my question is about the wildfires. So the wildfires from Canada deeply affected Michigan's air quality, especially in Detroit. What environmental measures are you planning to decrease the dangers of air pollution?
Let's start with Congresswoman.
Great question. I would love if we didn't start with Haley Stevens, but all right.
Haley Stevens.
Yeah, well, it is so great to have a student from Wayne here. I've just treasured working with that university in their science program and STEM education. And that is very much at the heart of why we need good climate policy, not the junk science that we are getting from the Trump administration. And let me tell you what I think that looks like. One, we've got to cut the carbon emissions. We've got to lessen our dependence on big oil and.
But like, we know these things already. What are you actually going to do these things? Right? Like, part of the problem here is it's like, oh, okay, we need to tackle this crisis head on, and then doesn't get into any specifics. Yeah, no shit. The crisis is being caused by oil going up into the atmosphere. Yeah, we're gonna have to curtail those emissions. How do we do that?
Gas. Investments like I secured in our clean energy future.
It's like if you put ChatGPT into a flesh body and then like put it on a podium. It's crazy.
So that from Marquette to Detroit, we were evolving and moving forward. You know, that has been stripped away by Donald Trump, and that's not right. But it's also not enough to just say, hey, we're going to go in there and just fight Trump. We've got to put forward our own creative ideas, which is why for 4 terms I've sat there on the science committee, securing resources, looking at alternatives for plastic and our supply chain. This is an opportunity for Michigan manufacturing, Michigan innovation to shine. I want to make sure that we are leading the way. And then when Kamara is a broadcast personality, she's talking about the things that we have secured in the United States Senate for Michigan, for our jobs and for our clean energy future.
Dr. Al-Sayed, clean air.
Kamara, just be careful. If you become a broadcast personality, somebody might come after you. I just want to speak specifically to your question. I can tell you about what we've already done. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County so folks can get real-time information about the air that they're breathing. Took on some of the biggest corporate polluters in our...
Like, from the jump, he is giving more specifics than Haley Stevens ever dreamed of talking about. Like, dog, you're not even an elected official, and he's already like dropping different things that he's done. He's already dropping different policies.
Our state, when I was in the city of Detroit, took on Marathon Petroleum, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the state, forced them to invest their own money to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. The truth of the matter is that these wildfires are happening more often because it's drier and hotter than it has been in the past. It's drier and hotter because we continue to rely on fossil fuels for our energy. We need to get to 100% renewable energy. And the only way we're going to do that is by taking the Chevrons and the Exxons of the world out of our politics. Now, guess whose campaign they supported? Well, if you guessed my Congresswoman colleague, you probably guessed right, because yes, they have both given to that campaign. So when you hear ideas of things that ought to be done, but they never actually get done, you should ask yourself why it doesn't get done. Well, because the people who sell oil in this country fund the politicians who make sure that they can keep selling oil.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, thank you so much. We have another text question, one of the many, many text questions. This one, I think, is important because, again, my main goal and our main goal at Fox 2, let's differentiate between the two of you. What are the big differences here? So what would you do on your first day in office? We'll begin with you, Dr. Al-Sayed. What would you do on your first day of office should you become senator?
Anybody who knows me knows that getting people health care is the passion of my life. I went to medical school only to realize that too often our health care system is part of the problem. We need and deserve guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. I have been thinking about this question. In fact, I've testified to the U.S. Senate twice. This wouldn't be my first time walking into the chamber. On Medicare for all, guaranteeing health care, on eliminating the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Now, on Medicare for all, there is work that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get a president elected who can do it in 2029. Now, in the process, though, I actually think that we could eliminate all the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Just so you understand what that is the amount of the GDP of more than half of U.S. states in this country. So on day one, I want to offer medical debt relief to everybody. I think we could get bipartisan support to do it, and I'd love to get that done. And let's start working through Medicare for all, and then let's make sure that we can get money out of politics so the big pharmas and the big insurances.
Like, this is reasonable. This is just reasonable policy. Like, Haley Stevens has nothing on this. Yeah, she has Israel comes to me in my dreams. That's it.
Of the world aren't in the way when it comes down to finally getting this done for all Americans.
Congresswoman, in a minute and a half, tell us what you do on your first day in office.
Yeah, day one, we have
As a West Michigander, I like that Abdul keeps mentioning the different parts of the state, from his work in Wayne County to Saginaw, where I got family. He feels real and connected.
Yeah, it's really, really nice that he knows the state and he's talking to the state's concerns. And like, he has policy prescriptions for the issues. And those are really important. It's not enough to just like kind of hand wave it away with platitudes. You actually have to have a plan.
Stand up to the abuses of power. Take it from somebody who has been recognized as our most effective lawmaker. When I tell you I'm going to go to the United States Senate and ban stock trading for elected officials, their spouses, their children, for our president and our vice president, and for candidates for those offices, I am going to.
That's not impressive. That's something that should have been done from the get-go. But like, I don't know, on the one hand, save the planet. On the other hand, stop insider trading. Like, okay, yeah, stopping insider trading would be pretty great, but like, maybe we should address the poison in the air that's slowly killing us.
Get it done. I am sick and tired of seeing Donald Trump sell us out to the highest bidder, go cut deals with every other country except for cutting deals for us here in Michigan. We have been paying the price, and it is not acceptable. And speaking of prices,
hey, socialism is not a crime. Let's go. I had the final hurdle in my friend group today. The diehard Trump guy actually came clean with me today and tell me he actually agreed with a lot of the things I say and has lost respect for Trump and the party and agrees we all need to come together to fight all this shit. And it felt so damn good actually breaking down that barrier. We are actually discussing real change finally. Oh, that That is awesome. What an incredible W. And also indicative of the eroding support among the diehard Trumpers. It is a real phenomenon that has been gaining steam. Especially with the Iran war now back on, I guess. Like, the will they, won't they of the Iran war is genuinely fucking with his base in a way that I don't think he recovers from. Logan Hill, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. You got Comrade Toots. What an incredible username. Thank you very much for the support.
A1 actions to lower costs and to invest in small businesses, minority-owned businesses right here in Michigan. Those are your tax dollars. And I believe in the effective stewardship of them so that they go back to our communities here. And I've got the receipts for that. I've got the proof points for that. And then lastly, we got to make sure that the jobs of the future are coming from the place that we all love to call home, which is why my manufacturing agenda on day one will also be in the hopper. I got all the bills ready.
I am waiting for her to start shilling for AI, though. That's one thing I'm surprised about so far.
What's good for the Michigoose is good for the Michigander.
But, you know, don't push that Michigoose too far. Because we all know what Michigoose equals. It's terrifying. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate you.
Ready to go, Rope.
We have 30 seconds left for each of you to answer the following question. What makes you think you're the formidable candidate who can take on Mike Rogers? 30 seconds, Dr. El Sayed.
Well, poll after poll after poll has shown, despite what my colleague says, that I am the most...
Right, like she's just so general. My manufacturing agenda, but with no follow-up points about what that actually means. Goose equals 73. Well, the important thing to know is that goose is greater than egg.
Competitive candidate to take on Mike Rogers. But it's also this, that you've got to have something...
The only thing tougher than Michigooses are Mishamooses, and I suggest you let that one marinate.
You're fighting for. Ask yourself, if DTE funds both Mike Rogers and Haley Stevens, who wins? DTE wins. And
no Misha egg, no Misha goose. Oh man, these are going to be the most obtuse references for people who did not see the video where we went over the AI SoftBank slide deck pitch to investors. It was one of the silliest, most nonsensical things I've ever seen in my life.
Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and APAC, all funded by the same people. We need a choice. I'm the only candidate in this race who does not take corporate money. And so I offer a real contrast to a guy who has never seen a corporate dollar he did not want.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, 30 seconds.
Well, look, Governor Whitmer, Attorney General Nessel, the chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, Amos O'Neill, they all agree that I will be Michigan's workhorse, that I will stand up for us on day one, that I will beat Mike Rogers just like I have beat Republicans 4 times over.
Thank you so much. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. Al Sayed, the vote is now in the people's hands, a week away. A critical conversation happening on this stage that, yes, is local, but is national as the world is watching to hear what both of you have to say. We thank you for your time here today. We want to thank you for joining us in this special edition of The Pulse.
Also, I'm still not over the fact that the music is like, I don't know, like 2001 era music trying to ape the tone of The Matrix instead of Fire Emblem.
I'll tell you what, you reach out to our office, we'll be happy to give it to you.
All right. I did want to take a quick look at the post-debate reaction from Abdul El Sayed because he was spitting. He was spitting after this debate. Let's take a look.
I'll tell you what, you reach out to our office, we'll be happy to give it to you. I think this is all a distraction from the question of who are all the 501c4s that have funded Center Forward? Who are all the funders behind the Center for Democratic Priorities? Now, to say that somehow my tax return is more important to the voters in the state than the $60 million that have been spent in this race on ads, most of them attacking me at this point, I think is missing the boat. So happy to release everything. We released all of our personal financials. I'm not hiding anything. The question is, what's the Congresswoman hiding about the people who are actively funding her campaign? We're getting outspent in this race 12-1. I don't think people really quite appreciate what that means. 12-1.
Yeah, honestly, if he wins at this point, the upset is going to send like shockwaves throughout the entire Democratic Party. I saw somebody observe earlier today on Blue Sky that it is likely that if Abdul El Sayed wins this race, it's going to completely break the brains of liberals in the Democratic Party. Specifically because they've been telling themselves essentially children's stories ever since Mamdani won in order to try and keep the faith alive that actually the people yearn for moderate, more conservative democratic governance. And if this guy wins despite $60 million being spent against him, like, they're truly going to start realizing how fucked they are. Like, how fucked the moderate conservative Democrat part of the party truly is.
All money funded through super PACs, which is exactly what the ending of Citizens.
Jack, your favorite green really is your color. Thank you. I like it too.
United is supposed to do. Now, when you can say you really want to get money out of politics or you want to end Citizens United, but then you are the principal benefactor of Citizens United, that to me seems just to be a little bit more of the hypocrisy that we've seen.
They're taking large money from family members, large amounts of money from.
I'll tell you this: my father-in-law does not want to send your tax dollars to the Israeli military to do genocide. I'll tell you that much. And also, again, 12-1, 12-1. Like the difference matters here. And most of any outside funding has come from, right, Working Families Party, UAW, American Federation of Teachers, National Nurses United. I've never taken a dollar from a corporation. She's hiding all the corporate dollars she's taken, or lying about it, frankly, that you all saw. DTE, $47,500 in this race, and frankly said, no, I haven't taken it. If you can lie about that straight up in front of a studio audience and like national television viewers, what else are you lying about?
He is getting her ass so hard. Let's fucking go, dog.
And so I'd love to have a conversation about transparency, love to have a conversation about funding campaigns, love to have a conversation about why she's taking money from all of the worst corporate actors. So Chevron, Exxon.
Oh shit, I have to. Okay, Shootbang, can you get me a link to that? We're not going to cover that today, but I want to listen to it. I want to listen to the Matt Iglesias talking with the Pod Save America guys, having just like an absolute existential crisis about their relative brand identities over Abdul El Sayed.
On DTE, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Big Pharma, Big Tech, APAC. Who else? And then why did you and your mom have to go to Portugal? Like, that's the important question. We want to talk about family members, right? Like, why do you take your mom to Portugal? Like, did she have to get spun by the same corporations trying to spin you on policy so that, like, on the way home, your mom could spin you? I don't understand. Like, is this how it's supposed to be done? Is this how, like, when you go to DC, is that how they teach you you're supposed to operate? Because I'm not trying to operate that way. And I think it's important for voters out there to understand just how corrupting the corporate money has become. When they're flying you out to Portugal to talk to you about big pharma policy or big tech policy, when you come back, you're not doing the goods for Michiganders. You're doing the goods for those companies.
How do you plan?
What do you mean? Michigan and Portugal have very strong historic ties to one another. Somehow. Don't look into that.
On voting on the state capitol convention question in November.
The state capitol convention in November.
I
have to be honest with you, like, that's an interesting, I think you're the first journalist to ask me. I'm going to say no at this point. I'm vote against it. But, you know, I do think that we're due up for some updates, particularly at the federal level, right? I mean, so many of the problems in our governance at the federal level right now are, we need to be rethinking them, whether it's the Electoral College, whether it's Senate rules
hey
like the
Jack,
filibuster,
not connected
whether
to anything, just thinking about phone games recently. You ever play Brave Frontier? That wad's so good, I miss that game.
I've never played that. The only phone game I have been playing recently is Teamfight Tactics while I work out. As per usual.
It's the way the Supreme Court has become so riggable, you know, life terms.
It is so refreshing to hear a candidate actually like give a couple punches for the Supreme Court. Like we need more members of Congress willing to take swings at the Supreme Court, because Congress has the ability to change our judicial system pretty profoundly, and we need to build up and cultivate that tendency within farther left, more progressive Democrats.
At the Supreme Court, I think a lot of these questions need to be rethought.
Do you want to respond to the accusation that you're promoting junk healthcare cures on your podcast? I'm reading about it now.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't, and you know, I don't know specifically what's being alleged here, but we were very, very specific, not in any of our reads to make health cures. It's interesting to me how much of this debate the word podcast came up, which is wild to me, because I don't think podcasts have anything to do with the ability to afford your gas or your groceries. I don't think podcasts have anything to do with whether or not your kid goes to a good school. I don't think podcasts have anything to do with the onslaught of corporate money that we keep getting fed into our eyeballs on television every single time you turn on a TV. And so
Fox 2 airing this is crazy. He's just killing it.
You know, I don't know why the Congresswoman is so angry at podcast hosts, but they're not the reason you can't afford your groceries or ever believe you could own a home.
Haley Stevens has claimed many times and several times on the debate stage tonight that she's the only non-millionaire in the race. Is that true?
Well, I mean, I file with my wife. So if you count all of our joint assets, maybe. The Congresswoman I know files alone. And so you're not comparing apples to apples at that point. I know it's a convenient slogan and AIPAC wants to pay to put it on TV, but we're not comparing apples to apples. The question also has less to do with my personal finances and a lot more to do with the personal finances of the CEOs whose corporations she takes money from. I'd like to know how many billionaires got made.
Oh yeah, I thought that moderator did a fairly good job. Socialism is not a crime. There are a few points where I wish he would have stepped up a little bit more, but I thought he did all right.
Their billions off of votes that she's taken. Right? I'd like to, when we talk about millions of dollars, why $60 million in this race? I'm happy to talk about finances, but the finances that matter for most folks in this state are the finances that they're worried about, that are being nickeled and dimed because of the deals that too many corrupted politicians make as a function of the corporate money that they take. DTE, I'd like to talk about how much does a DTE CEO make? You guys know? Probably 10 million, something like that. So when you take money from DTE, and the question is, are you going to regulate on DTE? What's the answer there? Yeah, you can write a bill and pretend like you're doing something about the problem, but what do you actually want to do when you take $47,500 and then are willing to lie about it in front of the world in the most watched debate in the country? Just frank lie. Frank, like in your face lie. No.
You have accepted money from the American Priorities PAC, which is a super PAC. You continue to say that you...
No corporate money.
So that's the difference? If it's a
I don't take...
Yeah, I feel like he's been extraordinarily clear that he does take donations. He just does not take donations from corporations or like trade organizations. Like he takes donations from unions, from workers, from working groups.
Corporate money, I've always been clear, I don't take corporate money. And if you're angry because AFT and the National Nurses United are supporting our campaign, that's like what unions do to push back on the corporations. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we take individual contributions, certainly, but I'm not coordinating with any PAC. You know that's illegal when you ask. But also, let's just talk a little bit about scale here. How much are we being outspent, do you know? 12 to 1. No, answer the question. It's 12 to 1, 12 to 1, 12 to 1. So when you're talking about 12 to 1, like, let's actually talk about the amount of money that we've seen. And Michiganders are seeing it. Ad after ad after ad after ad. So if you want to say that the National Nurses United is somehow the same thing as AIPAC, I don't take that seriously.
The Congresswoman, when she was up here earlier, said she answered no to the question on DTE and consumers today because the contribution that she received in the FEC filings was the month before she filed for Senate, but it was...
What? She accepted it a month before she started running? Oh, get fucked, Haley Stevens. You lying Weasley piece of shit. Well, I didn't accept it while I was running. Tee-hee.
Later transferred to her son.
Oh, you couldn't hear that? The Fox News, or one of the reporters there is essentially like, well, Haley Stevens said she didn't need to answer yes to the question on DTE tonight because she received the donation before she started her campaign. And like, that's just such abysmal bullshit.
Committee, which said the
So-
question was specifically about the Senate.
So de facto, when somebody gives you money and then you take that money and put it into your Senate campaign, then the answer is you have taken money into your Senate campaign.
My understanding is DTE is the Michigan energy company.
Do you think she should have answered yes?
I think the actual answer is yes. Like, the truth of the matter is, so she has a congressional campaign. Somebody takes a bunch of money and puts it in her congressional campaign, and then she takes the congressional campaign money and puts it into her Senate campaign, then by definition...
What does DTE stand for? It's DTE Energy. So the E clearly doesn't stand for energy. Its own website does not say. Cool.
And she's taken it. And it's also really interesting. Did she on purpose do it the month before so that she could answer that answer no? At the end of the day, throughout her career, she's taken oodles and oodles of DTE money. Oodles and oodles. So like, part of me says, well, yeah, if you want a senator who's going to stand up to DTE, that's probably not it. Right? That's what people are asking. The technicality of the money is a secondary thing to, are you bought off by the corporation? And the answer is yes. So when you take their money at all, at some point, you probably have a cozy relationship with...
I mean, if you take the money at some point, someone calls you asking for a favor. That's how that works.
Their PAC. You have a cozy relationship with their lobbyist. And when that lobbyist says, here's the bill we really want, that's probably the bill they get. And guess what happens to the rest of us? We end up paying, what, $3.99 to pay our DTE bill with a credit card? We've had our DTE rates go up faster than in 46 other states over 20 years. That's what that buys you. There's not, I mean, we pretend somehow that like, oh, it's just money, and people are fully independent. Well, why do they spend it then? I mean, money is cynical, but it's not dumb. So they spend their money to buy off politicians so that those politicians turn around and do their bidding. And it's the reason.
Wait, it stands for Detroit Edison? What does the T stand for? The T is silent.
We end up paying more for less. It's a reason we get paid less for more. And it's the reason that our politics feel so corrupted.
Because if Haley Stevens wins the primary, will you support her in the general?
I've been super clear about the fact that we got to beat Mike Rogers. So yes, you guys keep asking me the same question.
What did you make of the comments from the Congresswoman about the tone of your campaign? Do you think that's a valid thing voters should consider?
You know, the tone that people are hearing,
literal goddamn tone police,
most of all, is the tone that's being brought to them by UDP, APAC, running attack ads on my character because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago. Or I ran against the governor and said that she was taking money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So like, let's talk about the tone of the campaign. I've told my supporters multiple times not to make fun of her. I don't know what else you would want from a candidate. I've literally said, do not make fun of her. It's unkind. I've said it.
It is unkind. It's also really difficult not to do.
Multiple times, but I've heard nothing. Even when the question of civility came up, you heard it today. The question of civility came up and she used it to attack me. So I'm just saying that, like, where is the incivility coming from? When you ask
Also, I will say, Abdul El-Sayed, absolute class act. Absolute class act. I'm not a class act. I acknowledge this. Haley Stevens just has, you know, essentially something about her exudes the most irritating theater/band kid. And like, I'm not saying it's right, but she has major getting shoved in locker energy. And I'm not saying that's the right thing. I'm not saying anyone should do that. I'm not saying kids should do that to one another. But I am saying that if this were a 1980s film about a high school, she would absolutely be getting locked in a locker. And maybe there'd be like a B plot about her falling for the other nerd in school who gets like locked in the locker next to her. You know, where and the entire movie it's just reverse shot of the two different lockers talking to each other. anytime like the main characters walk down the hall past these two lockers. This is the kind of energy she exudes, and it's a very specific kind of energy, but I hope you follow exactly what I'm putting down.
A super PAC that wants to take our tax dollars and send them somewhere else to kill women and children, and then in the most cynical way put $10 million, $15 million behind attack ads saying I'm somehow disrespectful to women. Where's the disrespect to women? Or
okay, so DTE is quite literally just the stock symbol, because when they listed Detroit Edison on the stock exchange, it got the initials DTE, and then they took those initials and renamed the company them. Okay. All right.
are we saying that the lives of some people don't matter enough? Because the lives of the people
My view is it's not right to poke fun at someone, but if they're a shitty person, they open up the door, and Stevens has shitty people politics.
That's true, Nathan. That is true. Also, this is absolutely what Haley Stevens and the Republican Party think, you know? Some people's lives just don't matter enough to them.
worried about are the people who are not able to afford basic things, good schools, functional infrastructure, healthcare, whose money is being sent somewhere else because people like Haley Stevens vote to do it. Why? Because they take money from the exact people who want that done. That's how this process works. And it's the thing I think most people are just sick and tired of about Washington, D.C. It's the thing I'm running to fix. I'm running on three things: money out of politics, money in your pocket.
What about folks?
Until we get the money out of
What about folks who aren't Abdul El-Sayed supporters per se, but just about as fed up with Democrats like his opponents are, like his opponent as we are with MAGA and Vichy Dems like John Fettercuck? What about him? Like, I think kind of the solution here is like suck it up and vote for Abdul. You know, like folks on the left like us have to make awful political calculations all the time, and if like the main problem folks have with Abdul El-Sayed is like he's a little bit too left for their taste, like, man, how often have we had that problem pop up? Maybe what we need are people who are a little bit lefter than our current taste in order to unfuck shit, you know? Like, Zoran Mamdani, I'm sure, was a farther left candidate than what a lot of New Yorkers would have wanted ideally, but they just really hated Andrew Cuomo. And now we are just seeing win after win getting racked up in New York City, and it's wonderful. It's truly great. It's one of the few bright spots in modern politics that makes me think life can actively get better instead of constantly eroding into worse and worse forms. And I am really excited to see that trend continue.
politics, you're going to continue to see people lying to your face about the money that they take and then doing the bidding for the corporations who are nickel and diming us at every turn. I don't take their money for a reason, because I don't want to be bought off by them, because I want to work for people.
Because the Congresswoman is trying to target your personal finances on this campaign trail, just a sec.
Or the fact that I'm a podcast host, right?
Just a sec. Just
Guys,
to set the
don't
record straight.
ever host a podcast. It's like a terrible idea. All right. I mean, I know you guys are journalists.
Is there any money in podcasts?
Look, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I mean, you tell me, man. You're journalists, right? You're journalists. Like, just don't host the podcast, because then some enterprising politician come after you. Like, I mean, it'd be an awful thing if you actually spent time, I don't know, educating people about public health, like our podcast did. That's a terrible, terrible thing, I'm sure.
But what would you say is the highest valued asset in your possession?
That was some grade A weaponized passive aggression, and I'm kind of here for it. I'm kind of here for the snipe.
Right now.
I don't know. Like, I don't sit here and think about it. And I'll just tell you that, like, people are going to pay attention to, like, just properties that literally my wife's family inherited and then put in their and all of their kids' names and then sold. And people are out here being like, oh, well. And I wonder why they're so focused on foreign properties with somebody with a name like mine. Do you think it might fit within a well-worn trope? I don't know. I'll let you guys make that consideration.
Why are people so angry? You said that at the debate when they booed her, it had nothing to do with your supporters.
Dude is straight up breathing fire. This is great.
A lot of your supporters. That were
No, listen, we told our supporters straight up, we don't boo anyone. And as soon as it happened, I called the congresswoman
I told her that was unkind. And our people were under very, very, very strict directions. We are not going to be unkind to anybody because this is a campaign about hope in the future. I think what you saw is a deep well of frustration at a congressperson who's willing to get up and lie to you, who's not willing to answer your basic questions, who doesn't actually want to talk about the things that people want to talk about. And I think that's what you saw. Now look, I don't think that's kind. I don't think that's how we should do politics. I have told my supporters, do not make fun of the congresswoman because that's not helpful. We keep it on issues. We talk about issues. Now, I'm just saying, I told you at the front of this debate that my opponent was going to talk about me and talk about her, and I was going to talk about the people. And at every turn, every single question was an opportunity for her to take a dig at me, was an opportunity for her to take a dig at the fact that I hosted a podcast, was her an opportunity to take a dig because I write books. I didn't know that was a problem, right? But apparently, we don't want a senator who communicates with the public, and we don't want a senator who writes books.
Yeah, God forbid we have a senator that knows shit about shit.
About the things that they actually want to get done, like that's somehow an attack. I just think that at some point, like you're seeing a campaign flail in real time. And we've built this campaign from the ground up. I've been to 475 public events, the kind where we answer questions. Sam, you've been to a lot of them. You know that when the hands go up, I don't pick. I'm just like, hey, whoever it is, got questions, I got answers. Because I'm not afraid of the voters. I try to be transparent about what I run on, what I believe in. When the questions were asked today, I answered policy solutions, not attacking my opponent. But, you know, at the end of the day, like this has just been the most cynical campaign. When you ask $60 million coming in from all the folks who want to corrupt our politics to come in here and buy a U.S. Senate seat and then have the audacity to say that somehow you're the most electable, I'm so sorry, like electability doesn't need a $60 million crutch. Like if you need $60 million to get out the primary yourself, and I want everybody here to ask, do you think that $60 million materializes in the general election? Because here's the thing, who's paying for it? Well, we don't know, number one, but big pharma, big tech, DTE, Blue Cross, and guess what? Who else are they funding? Mike Rogers. So they don't care which one of them win. So you're gonna see $60 million come in here in a primary, and if they can—
Oh, he's spitting! He's so on point! Let's go!
eke it out that, guess what? All that money that was the crutch is gone in the general. Now we're supposed to talk about electability. I always believed that democracy was about government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Actually inspiring people to come out to be a part of a politics they believe in. Now, you know, I didn't know holding big rallies was a problem, but I would think that that's actually a good asset in politics. When you can get 3,000 people in Grand Rapids to show up for a rally, that's a good thing. Because if they're willing to come to a rally, guess what else they're willing to do? Go out and vote and knock doors and phone bank. So I just want government to actually work. Now ask yourself this, the last point I'll make. Imagine there was no outside spending in this race. None. Would we be having a conversation about an even competitive race? Imagine there was none. I'd be happy to have no outside spending at all on my behalf if it meant that $60 million wasn't spent against us. What would this race be? And then you have the audacity to say you're electable? Come on, let's get serious.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Devastating. And you want to know something? People in Michigan found it devastating too. El Sayed leads Stevens by 15 points in Michigan Senate primary poll. This is from earlier today, baby. This debate, they were neck and neck prior to this debate. And, baby. Emerson College polling survey released Thursday showed El Sayed handily defeating Stevens in the primary with 54% support to Stevens' 39%. And when factoring in undecided Democratic voters who were asked who they lean toward, El Sayed rose to 57% support, while Stevens sat at 41%. Whoo!
Barbecue sauce is just meat icing. Enjoy that.
It's true. Wait, that's true though. And I support it. William Mattis, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. I am so excited. Now, I am going to be interested after the primary is over to see how Abdul El Sayed polls against Mike Rogers. Because right now, the polling indicates that he might lose to Mike Rogers, but I suspect that kind of polling is going to change after he secures a victory in the primary. So I am absolutely excited. Let's go. And all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about this debate. Let me know about what you think about a potential matchup between Republican Mike Rogers and Democrat Abdul El Sayed if he secures a victory on August 3rd, which is just a couple days away now from here, folks. So if you're in Michigan, go knock some doors, go do some phone banking for Abdul El Sayed. Let's get as many people out there as we can. And all that being said, folks, get involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, because we need all the help we can get, folks. We need to build up that political power. So join those groups, and if you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can get you started. We can give you organizing tips. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes, a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it. We made it through a segment. But I gotta be honest, it is now 2 o'clock in the morning. That took us 2.5 hours to get through. We are gonna go through as much of Rudyard as I can physically manage. Okay? But I am extraordinarily exhausted. So we are going to continue. We are going to venture forth into the depths of madness at great personal cost. So before we do that, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks, so click the goddamn button. This show made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button.
Nocturnal 8999.
Click the goddamn button.
Thank you for the membership.
Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button.
Good luck, Edgar.
Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button.
All right, folks. Here we go. Mithril! Thank
Still
you.
here, the insanity is contagious.
The insanity indeed is contagious. Thank you for the the membership, friendo. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $20 super chat. Let's
Thank
go!
you for taking us on this journey into darkness. Have some sanity bucks.
It's true. It is truly dangerous to go alone into this eldritch night, but we must go together. Thank you, Von400. All right. Let's do this. So, folks, we are once again standing upon the shores of an unfathomable abyss. of insanity, madness, and degeneracy. Of course, I am talking about the far-right political commentator, What If Altist. It's time for us to dive into a video titled "The Internet is Driving Us Crazy." And I don't think any of us are prepared. I haven't watched a single second of this yet, but I know it will test our courage. It will test our determination. It will harrow our very souls. So let's go.
Denial is a funny thing. The thing with someone in denial is you can never get them to acknowledge the thing they're avoiding. However, from seeing how their mind works,
That is how denial works. I'm already furious. The thing about denial is that it's denial. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guy. Truly the finest mind on the far right.
works through the process of avoiding that thing, you can see that they know exactly what it is subconsciously, although their subconscious is trying to protect them, so it's never allowed to percolate to the conscious mind. Through not admitting it and avoiding all of its edges, in fact, their every thought is colored by it. When someone is in denial, they are actually obsessed with the thing that they're avoiding. That being said, if they were to accept it, they would realize it wasn't as scary as they thought. For those that don't know these things, the human mind is over 90% irrational and less than 10% rational.
Where the hell are you getting these percentages? What are you talking about? There's no way to quantify that.
Almost all of our mental power lies in the murky
Yes, source his ass.
Tonic depths of the subconscious. Monsters and angels lie inside our minds, waiting for opportunities to spring out into physical reality.
He's talking about his goddamn ayahuasca trip again, isn't he?
No, they are just on a river in Egypt.
You earned that one, anime sidekick gal. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Now, guys, what worries me is that he's starting to integrate even more Jordan Petersonisms into his videos, and I'm a little worried that he's gonna become like the kind of like how Ben Shapiro was the cool kids philosopher. I wonder if he's going to be the cool kids, you know, Jordan B. Peterson for another generation. Like, Gen Alpha coming up is going to encounter this guy's content and be like absolutely suckered by it. I'm so worried. I'm so worried that all it's going to take is one video from this guy saying, Gen Alpha, go clean your room, and he's suddenly going to be thrust into leadership within the Republican Party.
Modernity is an aesthetic at best. Beneath it lies forces millions of years old that have fought time and time again for their place inside of us. When we fight them, we lose. I declared independence from the society 3 years ago. What?
What are you talking about?
The mold groweth.
The mold truly groweth and flourishes. It grumbles to him in the night. I just... like... Unfortunately, guys, when we are talking about this man, he is part of like a Gen Z far-right organization that serves as an incubator for far-right content creators. Like, he is going to get more prominent from these associations with people like Mark Andreessen and shit, or Balaji Srinivasan. Like, unfortunately, he's always gonna have, like, you know, $5 million coming his way to keep on doing this shit. Ugh. What do you think his children look like? I hope he doesn't have children. He's like 22.
What I mean by that is not that I'm launching a revolution, but rather I realize that the society had nothing to offer me. Whenever I talk to the society,
Like, what? I'm sorry, what does it mean to remove yourself from the society?
they just demonstrated their utter contempt for me, and for nothing I've really done. That was irredeemable in their eyes, and the best thing
Who's they?
I could do would be to practically kill myself. Fair enough. I guess I have no reason to work with them then. In the
What, like, who are you talking about, dog?
time since, I've stopped watching new movies, consuming new music, and even YouTube besides music at this point.
So when he says he checked out of the society, he means he just stopped consuming pop culture that was new? I mean, like, that's your right, but, like, that's weird, and honestly, I'm glad. I hope he continues down this route of, like, starving himself of modern day pop culture, so he has no point of reference for anything that happens in the future and can't relate with the youth.
While the internet is full of many issues, there are good parts as well, such as online strategy games that can help sharpen your mind, like today's sponsor, World of Warship.
Oh, I forgot that he's sponsored. I forgot that people run ads on his schizo posts. Holy shit, dog.
Somebody show him Chris Nolan's Odyssey. Side note, Anthony made some killer videos about that.
Yeah, friend of the show, Ant. Folks, go check him out. Egramuglia, go check out the channel. Because Dog made some great Odysseus related content. You know? Dunking on some folks who disliked the Odyssey for bullshit reasons. But, like, this is wild to me.
A free-to-play PC naval combat game where players command iconic historic warships in tactical team-based battles, with battleships, cruisers, destroyers, aircraft carriers, and submarines. Every
God.
Favorite musical artists and content which I consume from years ago. I've been building my world.
I guess he's checked out of modern society. You know, except for the mobile games that he hawks on his YouTube channel.
Worldview out with older books, which I've found was significantly healthier and better quality than the things we produce today. As I read more and more stuff from a century ago or the 19th century, it's often staggeringly superior by every conceivable metric that it's hard to consume pop culture from the last 60 years. I also have a large enough friend group and social.
Well, wait. You only think that because you're picking and choosing what other people have found to be moving and important and influential works. You're like, when you look at the works of the past and you're like, ah, yes, all the things I'm reading from back then are just superior. It's because they've been vetted by, like, you know, multiple generations of people and held up as, like, great works. Whereas pop culture is new, so it hasn't been vetted by as much time for its quality, right? There's plenty of great shit being made right now, but, like, you might not hear about it for, like, 15 to 20 years because, like, you don't hear about all the pop culture that comes out right now. It takes time to sift it through our collective conscious
network that I don't have to interface with modernity's mental illnesses if I don't choose to. There's this myth that I don't read books written after 1960. That's totally untrue, and it's really not okay that people are allowed to just make it up online without literally any evidence, which they've done a lot with me in the past. The vast majority of the books I read were written after that date, but I do read a lot before then too. I've just stopped caring at all what the current culture says. When I started doing this, I didn't really notice the
Is it just me, or does listening to Rudyard have a grating effect on the ears? It's like wet bread is being rubbed directly on my brain. I hate it.
It's true. It is like wet bread is being rubbed directly on your brain, but at a certain point, it becomes a relaxing massage as your brain becomes
It's like
smoother.
he almost experienced ego death but then pulled a full Simpsons Principal Skinner and declared no one else has an inner life actually.
Gertrude Schmidt, you have no idea how close to 100% accurate that is. And I say this because I've seen a couple of the videos he posted from his mental breakdown that he posted as a 12-hour-long manifesto. And I can tell you that he did go on an ayahuasca trip where he claimed to have gone to both heaven and hell, and where he also met Jesus and Odin and Thor, and that he was a new missionary
The
for a new
audacity
religion.
to say, you can't make shit up on the internet, from this guy.
Yeah, this guy's not, when people talk about the kids, how they're doing okay, when people talk about that, they don't mean this kid. They do not mean this one.
effects. However, after years as I built out my own internal mental model on older stuff and the society kept going, I started noticing staggering differences. I feel like a stranger in this new world. I don't know what happened. It's like I ended up in a strange dystopian sci-fi novel and no one else is in on the joke.
No, we're all very aware that we're in a dystopian sci-fi novel and everything sucks. That's why we gravitated towards leftist politics. To combat the capitalism that is making everything suck. Like all those dystopias in sci-fi tend to be about.
I'm frequently in shock that people actually believe the things that they say. It's like they're possessed with a disjoint between their bodies and their voices, as if they're puppets being pulled by strings where their joints move like marionettes. I remember people being...
This is a really healthy and not at all extraordinarily concerning way to view other people.
He tripped on ayahuasca, touched God, and God said, I need an adult, bad touch.
I am an adult.
Better at performing sanity. I remember a time when the things people said made sense.
I'm sorry, without context, that might have sounded weird. There's a Dragon Ball Z series called Dragon Ball Z Abridged. The quote that I used is from the Namek Saga part of Dragon Ball Z Abridged, which is very funny, and you should all go check it out.
Fucking called IT.
You absolutely did, Gertrude Schmidt. Absolutely.
Sense. Now it feels like people just say things. They expect me to understand what they're saying, but it all just sounds like rationalizations.
Yeah. Because 2026 is the only time in human history that people just said things and sometimes lied. 2026, first year it started happening. It's true.
Everything feels discordant, like seeing some third world country where you see incomprehensible chaos under the beating sun, with the smell of trash everywhere. The worst thing is
What do you, genuinely, what is he talking about? He's never been in that situation.
Many words say nothing.
We're over 10% of the way through this video already, and he hasn't actually said anything of substance.
Others treat this as totally reasonable. Well, in fact, this was just bullshit. they made up on the spot, which if you asked them as people even a decade ago, they would say what they believe now to be completely insane. I know they remember a world where this wasn't the case, but they don't. There's one huge variable to life today that no one can really talk
Don't look at 2020 Trump telling people to drink bleach to cure COVID.
Yeah, no. We just need to put some sunlight in your veins. You'll be A-okay in no time.
about, which as I walk around I constantly see. We're all completely addicted to these screens. The way it is that our internal monologues are so attached to the screens that I think if you separate most people from their phones for longer than a few hours or even minutes, they would start to panic and have an addictive withdrawal. We don't.
You know, there's actually a great way to test this. For example, prison. Yeah, like as if there isn't a way we could validate this hypothesis. And yet this doesn't happen, does it? People can in fact be without their phones and be okay.
Know how to live without our phones. And the thing is, I'm only 24, so I'm really young. I remember
he talks like the narrator from Fight Club. like he just talks with like an absolute disgust of human people.
A world before screen addiction. I remember playing in the forest as a child.
He talks like the monologue from Rorschach in Watchmen. You know, like he's I look out the window. I hear the cry from 5 blocks away. Some whore giving birth to her child in her apartment.
Since the 60s, progressives
everywhere.
told conservatives to chill and do drugs. Today, it turns out that was a mistake.
Yeah, it does turn out that was a mistake. I don't think the 60s progressives understood what they were doing.
And who was that narrator? Jack.
It's true. It was me the entire time.
For the great addiction. However, almost no one talks about screen addiction. I rarely see it on the news, and when I talk to people, they seem to have never considered the idea that they're hopelessly addicted. At the same time, whenever I look at people, they're always staring at their screens. When you're at the airport or on the train, every single person is glued to their phone screens, and they're not even looking at the scenery around them. The worst element of this is that it's not like the things on their screens are helping them. They're hooked up to this superconductor of mental illness. When I go online, I'm just horrified at how evil people are. I don't understand how people can't seem to see what they're doing. Something horrifically evil is currently happening, and it's about to get a lot worse, and people are just going to enable it. It feels like I'm watching a train barrel towards a brick wall without stop, and the drivers are too drunk to realize it. Part 1, What We've Lost.
Alright, so, real quick, I'm not sold on the idea that screen addiction or spending time
Brodef
looking at your
didn't
phone...
watch Toy Story 5.
I didn't watch Toy Story 5 either, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm outside of the pop culture loop. Oh no! Have I been rejected by the society?
Maybe Rudyard should do drugs, the right drugs. They'll get this man a gallon of lithium or some Xanax.
Maybe. God. Yes, Gertrude Schmidt, Dunning-Kruger maxing, in the age of the Zoomer, indeed. What's wild to me is the ready acceptance of this thing called, screen addiction. This is one of those things that keeps getting put forward over and over again in pop culture, and I'm not entirely sold that it's a real thing, or at least anywhere near as prevalent as what proponents of it claim is, like, prevalent, And specifically what they're saying is that because people use their phones a lot, they're addicted to their phones. But that's kind of like saying if you have an office job and you use a computer too much during the day, you're addicted to your computer, right? Like, I don't think average level like coders or like, you know, bureaucrats in management or whatever are actually addicted to their computers. They're tools that they use for work, right?
If I wasn't looking at my screen, I'd be reading a book. Do you know how convenient it is to be able to have my whole goddamn library in my pocket?
Well, and that's the thing, Pluvius, right? Like that's the thing. When it comes to looking at screens, kids aren't just like passively looking at their screens. People don't just passively look at their phone screens. They're reading, they're taking in information. And when we actually look into what diagnosable screen addiction looks like, it's actually like very similar to like a gambling addiction, right? And it's usually related with gaming habits, you know? So, like, there are people who get addicted to like gotcha games, are an especially prevalent thing when it comes to gaming addiction. Um, Kind of those games that rely on gambling mechanics very much get their grips in people. And like, all I'm saying is that is a different thing than just people are using their phones to read and do work and communicate with one another. I don't think the screens themselves are much of an issue, but social media addiction is becoming a problem, I think. I mean, well, I think part of the problem is just that our social media companies design their apps specifically around maximizing engagement, and engagement takes time. And so like they are building algorithms not based on what you actually want or need as a consumer, but based around, you know, hooking you into the system via gamified mechanics.
I'm spending all this time looking at my phone in public, but none of these bitches know that I'm doing my Tokarian flashcards.
I don't know what that means. I do know what doing flashcards means. I don't know what Tokarian is. But let's keep on going.
The way addiction works is that it gradually eats at you until you've realized that you've already lost everything to it. A heroin
I feel
addict.
this screen addiction stuff overlaps heavily with ADHD and would be heavily mitigated by the reintroduction of third spaces. Just bring back social spaces besides bars.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, if you're a young kid these days, where do you have to go that you can hang out? Malls are dead. You know, you have parks, but parks close. You know, like, where do you have to go that doesn't cost you money? Practically no place.
Will lose their family, their work, their passions, hobbies, and sense of self to feel the warm glow of safety from heroin. Let's do a little.
Bucket society is a clothes addiction and should all collectively detox. Yeah, I think that that's like a rough equivalent, right? Like if you used clothes addiction as just anybody who wears clothes rather than like somebody who compulsively buys clothes.
I miss arcades. The community aspect of games of the 90s were amazing.
Right? Like arcades were so great, and now like if you want to go to an arcade, you know, they mostly make them for adults, you know? Like you have to be of like legal drinking age to go to an arcade these days. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Like, I don't know, you're left with like youth centers run by like your local city, or like maybe a cafe or two, where they don't require you to like buy something in order to take up space. Maybe like all the places people used to hang out are closed. Oh, and malls are absolutely dying. There's a little bit of a renaissance going on right now with like small businesses, but like there are, I don't know, at least 8 malls within driving distance of me, that are all in various states of dying or like having their anchor stores flee, you know?
Roll call. Let's see everything we've already lost to screen addiction. It used to be completely normal that children would play outside. It's so jarring when I went to a third world country like Mexico, where the kids play outside, given the implication I realized is that in America they don't. I've started to see that in a lot of America, the kids don't even go trick-or-treating on Halloween, which is so depressing.
Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, kids absolutely do still go
The
trick-or-treating.
reason the far right gains power is because they're the only social group available in many vacuums.
I mean, part of it is that they make third spaces available to disaffected youth, and then they become like the support structure for said youth, and like suddenly it's a lot harder to leave the group because they're the only guys who have your back, so long as you're a white nationalist, you know? But one of the things I want to say here is that one of the reasons we don't let kids play outside is because throughout, like, all of the panics, caused by, you know, the satanic panic. There was also like a string of like kidnappings and murders in the 90s that terrified parents into like not letting their kids play outside. The white flight to suburbia wound up creating a lot of abuse opportunities, and the people who grew up out of that were determined not to let their kids be abused. And so there was a lot more helicopter parenting, and like there's a lot of things that go into this, but essentially in places where both parents work and there's less oversight of possible by your two parents, kids get more leeway to run around outside and just do whatever, you know? But like, you know, some rural or suburban communities still do that, but like a lot of people in cities where there is heavy traffic, like, don't necessarily just go, "Hey, Timmy, go play outside," because any number of terrible things could happen. It's a bit scary. But fun fact, did you guys know that the origin of Halloween was that it's originally an Irish pagan holiday to revere their chief god, or the Celtic version of Odin named Crom? Crom, also known as Lugh, was head of the Celtic pantheon and was a god of war, wisdom, and fertility. Halloween was the day when the veil was most thin, where the Celts would sacrifice horses to Crom to bless the next harvest. Crom was known as unyielding and brutal, while he was separated from his other persona, Lugh, who was the nice, friendly king god when the rise of Christianity demanded severing the dark aspects of their former chief god. Cool.
Given that's one of the best moments of childhood, it's the gradual trickle of losing everything we care about. Instead, the children stay at home, playing with an iPad, which is a childhood in the same way that porn is sex.
I can guarantee you that children still go out trick-or-treating in vast droves.
Speaking of that, now that at least a majority and potentially higher than 60% of new relationships are formed due to the internet, we now see the negative consequences of the internet ripple into the mating crisis.
How does this ripple into the mating crisis? If most relationships are being made online, that just means the internet is facilitating people to meet up with other people they're into.
See this mechanism in every layer of the society, where now work or banking requires the internet. People socialize and do status games through the internet. People don't go to the bar or third places to meet one another. They do so through social media, which carries none of the same benefits of real human communication. One of the really horrible lessons about human nature that this has taught us is that if you strip away every other element of social communication between the connection, the relational depth, learning skills, or whatever, and then you just leave the status games, even with, for most people, no money involved, the vast majority of the population, especially so women, will pick just having the social media stripped down status games about how many likes you get versus other people, and they will jettison actual social life for that.
I don't like how he refers to it as mating on every possible level. This guy a creep.
Oh yeah, no, this guy doesn't view other humans as people. Like, that's one of his fundamental problems. Like, notice how he talks about them as, like, puppets and marionettes. Or notice how he talks about them being willing to throw away everything for a few likes on Twitter. You know, a few likes on Blue Sky. Like, nobody thinks like that. People don't think like that. Children don't think like that.
What that signifies is that the thing they cared about the whole time for all of these social communications and the functioning of a healthy society was the status games. That was the reason they were doing it. If you were to go back to the 1950s and see the society that so many conservatives love to valorize, all of the social institutions which right-wingers like to reclaim, like church, community, family, dating, reading, making art, culture, and patriotism, are all dependent on people not being on their phones. What the digital age has really shown is how communal so much of human existence is.
Yeah, it's all communal, but also, just real quick,
social institutions which right-wingers like to reclaim, like church, community, family, dating, reading, making art, culture, and patriotism, are all dependent on people not being on their phones.
what are you talking about? Literally none of those things are dependent on people not being on their phones. For many people, the only way they get to access those things is through their phones. Or the only way they get to create those things is by using their phones as a tool. What? Yeah, because people aren't reading on their phones? This guy's such a jackass.
What the digital age has really shown is how communal so much of human existence is. We've become
Yeah, it's almost like our species has survived and thrived due to our ability to work together socially.
very isolated as a, quote, society, end quote, with a plurality of Americans saying they have no close friends, and this is even more exacerbated among young people.
Yeah, why is this?
Drawing tablet, anyone?
Exactly, Nathan. 100%. Exactly. But, like, the thing about Rudyard is he never asks why. Why is this happening? And whenever he does, he comes to the conclusion that it's because society has fallen to Marxism and everything is becoming degenerate, right? That's essentially his main point. Because again, I haven't mentioned it yet, but this guy's main thing is essentially constructing a new form of Nazi esotericism. That's his main thing. He believes in like eugenics and magical bloodlines and all that jazz. Like he hasn't so far gotten really into that, but we are only about a fifth of the way through it. But the thing that constantly bothers me in these videos, aside from everything else, is that he will bump up against a problem that is created by capitalism and perpetuated by capitalism and made worse by capitalism and say, what could have possibly caused this? It must have been the socialists. And it's insane. Socialism isn't the dominant force in society right now, it's capitalism. And why are people becoming more lonely? It's not because of socialism. People are becoming more lonely because the forces of capitalism squeeze human beings for their labor and then take as much value from the labor they produce as possible to turn into profits for the people who own the systems, right? and the people on the bottom are being left with less and less as they get squeezed harder and harder, and the people on the top wind up walking away with more and more. That's it. That's why you have these vast concentrations of wealth forming for the oligarch class in our society. And so when he's talking about, oh, the loneliness crisis, the people making Gen Z, millennials, boomers lonely are capitalists who force you to work longer hours for less pay. And when you work longer hours for less pay and your rent is still going up and the cost of everything is going up, then you have to go get a second job where you're equally exploited, and suddenly you have no free time. That 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours for what we will has rapidly been eaten up into, 10 hours of work, 12 hours of work, 14 hours of work, and then, how are you going to balance that time? Looks like you only have time to sleep and maybe procure the necessities for daily life. And what does that leave you with? A lot less of time. It monopolizes not just your local economy, but your time within that system. And when you then start running into the problem of monopolized time, you have a loneliness crisis because people don't have time to go out there and socialize. They don't have the energy to do it. They don't have the money to do it. And then you have the secondary problem, which is that capitalism commodifies loneliness. Whether it is, the various mental illnesses that can be created by prolonged periods of loneliness and isolation, or the desire to pay for dating apps so you can meet somebody, or the desire to, or paid services or groups where you can go meet people to be friends. Like, there is a lot of different options for you to pay money to try and alleviate your loneliness. And so you have friendship commodified, you have your romantic interest commodified, your sexuality commodified. You suddenly find yourself in like little gated communities wherever you go. And it sucks. It's isolating. And people inherently rebel against this type of exploitation. And yet it continues to intensify year over year. And that's why you see people getting more and more lonely.
Only 90% of Gen Z feels lonely, and half of Gen Z are virgins from the new stats that have come out. The famous book about isolation, Bowling Alone, came out in the 90s, and things are only so much vastly worse ever since. We've all had to live in the screen-based era where this atomization has become normalized. What is a holiday spent in isolation? Christmas or Easter are just another day, with maybe a nicer meal or a present you bought for yourself. An apartment that you wake up, work from home in, and stay in isolation without knowing anyone in your building.
This really sounds like Rudyard needs more friends.
Is practically a prison cell. Entire generations of women invested in their careers since they were told by society that it would make them happy, but later realized that they actually wanted a family. This in turn has sparked generations of female left-wing radicalism to pull down all of the crabs trying to leave the bucket. Think of...
What? You see, the loneliness is because the feminisms were, encouraged to leave the home. If only the women had been barefoot and shackled to their stoves.
The generations of young men who would be willing to die for their country, be pillars of the community, or start families if they had any connection to their local society.
What a lazy fuck. I started feeling these feelings and went outside. Yeah, like... The solution, as I talked about the other day, is just like recognizing there's a problem in your life and just doing what you gotta do to fix it. Just do it. You know? Oh no, I don't really want to socialize. I want to make more friends. Okay, go do it. Like, examine what you need to go do so that you are around more people more frequently and have more opportunities to make friends, and then go do those things. You know? It's not easy. And like the societal atomization that's been imposed on us makes it very hard deliberately, but you can still just go out and
Also,
do
he
it.
calls women female, but men. It's inherently unequal and severely dehumanizing. Hate this so much.
Well, yeah, but again, he doesn't view people as people, and especially not women as people.
A mate, or the culture had any desire to see them as human. Think if people had the ability to impact their local town, how much more invested they would be in its development, and they wouldn't just have to see its gradual decline.
Great news. You can actually get involved in your town development. You can actually have agency within your local government. How, you ask? Hey, great question. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and start organizing with like-minded people. Because guess what? If you're lonely, if you're feeling alienated and isolated and atomized, joining other people who have similar values to you and working together with them to make your community a better place, a more desirable place, that works. It helps you and it
Jack,
helps your
tell
community.
us where the lefties hang out. Is DSA the only option?
Is DSA the only option? Nah, you can join your local Dems, you can join your local Working Families Party. There are a lot of different community organizing
What a
groups you can get
Zama.
involved with. Also, Anime Sidekick Al, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. And folks, if you need help getting involved with either of those orgs, because it can be a little bit difficult, we want to make it as easy as possible. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We've gotten so many different people involved in their local politics. They are now actively making their communities better. It is wonderful to see. It's awesome to hear your stories. And you do not have to just sit at home and be miserable like this fascist fuck is trying to convince you is your only hope. So, I don't know. Go out and do it.
We've massively hobbled the human potential of our society for zero gain. Part 2, a social failure.
Well, again, the gain is real, but it belongs to oligarchs. None of us will ever see that shit.
I'm naturally introverted by disposition.
I always thought I was INTJ on the MBTI. This means nothing to me. Well, I have a friend who has a company that makes personality tests who said I'm likely a hybrid between INTJ and INFJ. That seems more right to me. For a translation, that means I'm introverted, so I draw energy from being alone, and I think in abstract, imaginative terms. Knowing myself, I use logic to reach my goals that are driven by my emotions or values beneath them. The final letter stands for how I prefer to keep things organized in my mind rather than spontaneous. I didn't realize we were two lesbians in the 90s.
Plenty of times I've gone to a new place like the Appalachian Trail or France, where I knew I would be alone for months. When I first moved to Texas, I didn't know anyone here, and I accepted that. Being alone by itself doesn't bother me
Jack,
much.
it's the Myers-Briggs personality test.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, the Myers-Briggs personality test to me is like astrology. It tells me nothing valuable about myself or anybody else.
Is my natural default state. I'm still social though because I'm a biological human, a species which evolved to live in groups.
Thanks, man. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned.
I've moved so many times over my life, and so I've entered and left countless friend groups. This means that if I have to leave a given place or leave a certain social group, it doesn't really fill me with much dread. What I've found is that different places have similar types of people, and so if you maintain a coherent character, you can attract people like you wherever you go. What this made me realize is how much
It's incredible. They somehow created a room full of, how are you doing, fellow fellow kids? They created an entire room full of that. I've never seen this much howdy do energy in one room before.
people's sense of self is tied to fairly brittle and low quality social communities. It's frankly heartbreaking to see people
Oh my
sacrifice everything to their
God. Oh, all right. There's a not low chance that the era since the French Revolution will be remembered as the age of ideology. Yeah, because ideology didn't
In
exist.
fairness, if anybody round here turned out to be an alien, it'd probably be Rudyard.
I mean, maybe. I love the idea that ideology only existed because of the French Revolution. No ideology before that, though.
Ah yes, the classical hiking the Appalachian Trail, which starts in South Carolina and ends in Buenos Aires.
Also, we learned about his hike on the Appalachian Trail, which is he quit. He did not finish his hike, and he also just like had like the roughest time. His story about it was wild. Given it's the dominant thread alongside the Industrial Revolution, ideologies are low-resolution religions which promise material things from political groups. That's not what an ideology is, but okay. Which they in fact cannot reasonably fulfill. Wealth stems from the free market and property rights, not the ideology of the ruling government. What? Different societies across human history have had different ideas about property rights. And also have had different ways of organizing their market systems. Like, what are you talking about? Furthermore, honestly made wealth is only produced through valuable services or hard work, which an external authority cannot promise a population. What? An external authority can't promise labor and the creation of valuable services. What do you like? Yes, leadership can promise those things. Many governments have promised those things to people. Gainful employment, meaningful employment, these are terms that exist. I'm dying, dog. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Mark Sanford extramarital affair? Oh shit. What? A political sex scandal in the United States from June 18th until June 24th, 2009, Republican South Carolina Governor Mark Sanford's whereabouts were unknown, and the media covered what was described as his disappearance. Subsequently, Sanford reappeared and admitted he had been in Buenos Aires, Argentina, with a woman with whom he was having an extramarital affair. He stated that in 2001 he met and became friends with this woman, and that they started having a sexual relationship in 2008. His wife, Jenny Sanford, became aware of their relationship in January of 2009. It was later revealed that 2 weeks prior to June 24th, Sanford and his wife had become a trial separation. During the 6 days of absence, one of the excuses offered by Sanford's speaker was Sanford was hiking the Appalachian Trail. As a result, hiking the Appalachian Trail, or hiking the Appalachians, became a euphemism for a sex scandal in American English. I completely forgot that this happened. I completely forgot. Thank you very much, Sake. Appreciate the reminder. Yeah, now we know where Mitch McConnell is. Oh, God. All right. This is why liberalism as an ideology can start with the classical liberals arguing for small government, which is really anti-ideology. Okay. Yeah, small government is anti-ideology. But then when liberalism is entrenched as an ideology by ruling regimes, it evolves into wokeness or the French Revolution. Fuck, man. His brain is so cooked. So liberalism as an ideology can start with classical liberals arguing for small government, which is actually anti-ideology. But when liberalism becomes entrenched, it becomes ideology for real, and then evolves into wokeness like a Pokemon. But if you give it the appropriate bloody knife item, it will instead evolve into a French Revolution. Like, he's talking about it like it's a goddamn Pokemon evolution chart. It's crazy. Yeah, you have two choices: wokeness or the French Revolution. Pick your poison, I guess. The same is true of the Nazis or Marxists. Give you a guess which of those two he supports. The reason populations prefer ideology to religion, which can genuinely provide their spiritual community and meaning needs, is that modernity makes it exceptionally hard for rational people to be religious authentically. I don't agree, but it's true. And religion demands that the person work on themselves for an extended period, while ideologies offer utopia for nothing. That isn't true at all. What an insane set of definitions.
Social groups, which will never offer them anything in return. Political radicals, for example, are entering into surrogate religions to fulfill their spiritual identity and community needs.
Also, an ideology isn't a surrogate for a religious belief. An ideology is just an understanding and a framework for understanding how the world works.
That religion could solve. Instead, what the ideology does is abdicate.
Wouldn't anti-ideology just be the absence of any coherent beliefs or positions? Yes, he's embracing an anti-intellectual position, actually.
The responsibility for their own lives to the government, which they end up worshipping. The state
he said something stupid, but I missed exactly what he
could
said.
solve. Instead, what the ideology does is abdicate their responsibility for their own lives to the government, which they end up.
I'm sorry. So if you have an ideology, that means you are a puppet of the government, is genuinely one of the most insane arguments I have ever heard. If you have an ideology and a framework for how the world and society functions, congrats, bucko, you're being controlled by the government. Who gave you that ideology must have been the government.
Worshipping. The state will never be able to fulfill those human needs, so instead it just psyops.
The job of a state is quite literally to fulfill different human needs. That is literally the job of the state. That is why states exist, by and large.
Them into worshipping the state even more. The left and other modernists like the Nazis worship the state as a force capable of remaking reality in its image. Is it any surprise?
No, it's just a recognition that nation states possess power to set rules for how society functions. That's it. It is a political tool we've created to achieve specific ends.
When the school system, which is our child rearing and is run by the state, while the major social media outlets or the news companies are directly or indirectly serving the state's interests. Of course, the state propounds worship of the state.
I'm sorry, what's wild to me here,
social media outlets or the news companies are directly or indirectly serving the state's interests.
That's what your side does. Under Donald Trump, the news media serves him. Under Donald Trump, the social media companies kowtow to him. But that is a unique manifestation of fascism. What you're describing, under a healthy liberal society, that's not supposed to happen. And like, I would argue that liberalism is kind of set up to systematically shift into fascism on a long enough time scale. But like, I don't know that Rudyard's ready to have that conversation yet.
Of course, the state propounds worship of the state. When I look at social media, I see these people spend their entire day on screens and often all of their free time besides work. The average Zoomer spends 8 to 9 hours on a screen recreationally every day, not including screens for school, which most classes mandated even when I was in high school, and the rest of the population isn't far behind. Even old people and baby boomers are still addicted to their screens. Social media exists to serve the purpose of real interactions and social community. The reason people spend so much time on social media is that it provides a surrogate, which is convincing enough to hack the human mind that it's a legitimate social connection, while providing none of the underlying depth that close social interaction would.
Well, this is in part true and in part false. One, it facilitates connection in ways that we wouldn't have in the past had available to us. And in that way, it's actually quite good and actually actively expands one's social life. But it cannot be a stand-in and a full replacement for, having good buds at your back, like going and doing stuff with your BFF. Like, you do need, as a human being, those close relationships with other people where you are going out and physically talking to them and seeing them and reading their expressions, all that jazz. But like, in the absence of that, if you are strapped for time or strapped for cash, like, hanging out with people online is totally valid and can give you maybe not all of the same experiential, development, but like a lot of the same ones.
If you want to look at social media, it hacks especially female status games. This is something that John Haidt has written about extensively.
Yeah, of course. I need to read more Jonathan Haidt, because I get the feeling with every passing year, he's becoming the next Jordan Peterson figure, that the next Jordan Peterson like intellectual that the right is latching onto. And yeah, I think maybe we should probably be more aware of him.
Where suicide rates have doubled among teenage girls, and the same increases also occurred with female teenage depression since smartphones and social media were popularized. As I researched this, I just found a horrifying statistic that about a third of teenage girls have had a major depressive episode. There's also the whole meme about teenage virginity rates skyrocketing with the invention of the iPhone. This is since women operate in their own status hierarchies, which they're quite invested in that they operate under rules of covert competition. If the social dynamics and leftism seem confusing, it's since female relational warfare is not your natural operating system.
What? So, just real quick, no, the reasons that like teen suicidality, and specifically like suicidality or depressive episodes, have spiked when it comes to young people
Love how
and young
that
girls.
Professor Jang guy essentially disappeared into the ether.
Yeah, good. Fuck that guy. That guy sucked. But the reason it spiked after the advent of the smartphone is because people were suddenly getting exposed every which way on social media to people calling them ugly, people being mean, constant negativity.
I find height comes up a bit short.
Sake, that was so good it fucking hurt. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But like, this phenomenon exists because you have an incredibly powerful tool for human connection. But often what winds up happening to young girls on the internet is they get sexualized, they get objectified, they get harassed, they get demeaned, they get attacked. They are it is a vulnerable position to be in, and that accrues mental damage. And not everyone can take that kind of mental damage from prolonged exposure and consistent exposure to misogyny. Like when you are in front of a bunch of people that you thought were like your friends or your family, or even strangers that you have been raised to expect are going to treat you with respect, and suddenly they're being unfathomably gross to you, it leads to some really dire consequences for mental health. And like, I, I just one example before we continue, but I remember being younger, and I remember the internet tracker for when Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen would turn 18. The amount of disgusting comments that were on the internet, and this was, I believe, prior to the smartphone. Um, the amount of disgusting comments on the internet were ridiculous. And so now imagine every teenage girl is getting targeted by that nastiness. You know? It's awful.
Studies have found, and Joyce Bennison's wonderful book Warriors and Worriers talks a lot about how female status hierarchies.
Yeah, that Cash Me Outside girl got like attacked and sexualized, and like Dr. Phil sent her to like a slave camp. Like her exploitation was insane.
Operate under the cover of equality, which is a shield of plausible deniability for low trust status games.
This chart home math made of female, like, I mean, to be honest with you, like this is an exact example of what I'm talking about. There's a successful far right political channel called Home Math, made of female and male status games, should be studied academically and have books written on it. The implications would destroy the modern world. This is an insane chart. Women are like peasants to me. I'm a nice guy. At the skank/incel level. Cool stuff. When cooperating, market value high. Like, imagine being like a teenage girl and seeing grown-ass adult men talking about you like this. Imagine like growing up now and seeing the boys in your classes losing it over Lamborghinis and Andrew Tate, or whatever kind of dipshit streamer has caught their attention with treating women like shit and having a lot of money. Like, it would be alienating as hell.
The internet can hack into this biological circuit in a way similar to when Native Americans first bought alcohol from the Europeans.
Of course. Social media is just like alcoholism. And not just any alcoholism. Very specifically, racial stereotype. Cool.
Whose communities were then destroyed by that ill. Keep in mind the system is actively designed to suck up.
I do want to point out here that it's not like that was done unintentionally by Europeans, right? Like, Europeans deliberately plied indigenous groups with alcohol, knowing that they didn't have a previous exposure to it, and specifically to create societal problems and degrade a lot of communities. Like, or even to create pretext to do horrific crimes.
As much attention as possible, and this comes most easily through provoking negative emotions, which are deeply wired into the human psyche for obvious reasons. That means that a lot of this is by design, although the people who built this didn't set out to cause mass mental illness. A huge issue with modern leftism, or our current ruling ideology.
Does Rudyard count as anti-social media?
You know, I would say yes, but I don't want to run the risk of him adding that phrase into his arsenal and giving me an aneurysm.
Is that it can't see that without social institutions or standards, that human behavior defaults to brutal low-trust extraction.
But nobody's advocating that we don't have, like, social institutions. No, like, the straw men he builds are just incredibly intricate.
That means that when these systems were put in place by people who automatically assumed human nature to be good, and then they set no standards.
Yes, you see, it all goes back to the fact that the people who ran our world assumed human beings were good, when actually we're dirty, dirty little dogs. Like, okay. You know, I'm starting to maybe pick up a few hints as to why, at the very least, Rudyard might be atomized to hell.
Or systems to clean out the internet, that we would get the lowest quality option of the internet possible. Anyone who's been a Discord moderator or sees what happens when a city stops policing can see how it automatically degrades to the most low-trust, least effective, and lamest option possible. The reason that—
Don't say it like that. Too late. It's very late. I'm very sleepy, and I'm kind of in. I'm in a little bit of a slap happy. It's 3:00 in the morning, and I'm doing the best I can to maintain an interesting show.
Freedom is so rare over history and must be protected is that the deep tension in human societies is that you need social standards or authorities, but
yeah, but nobody's arguing that you don't need either of those things, you absolute cretin. Let's just imagine the people I don't like hold positions that they absolutely don't have. Cool stuff.
But these can't abuse their own power, although from an authority's purely short-term perspective, they have every reason to do so. This makes most of the internet what Sam Francis would call an—
Oh boy, let's tackle this text wall. Yet another one to scale. Anarcho-tyranny is a concept developed by Sam Francis back in the 20th century, which is profoundly prescient that a government can tyrannize its own citizens while also promoting anarchy through not actually enforcing law and order. Most major left-wing cities are obviously doing this now, where they are depolicing and not enforcing laws to stop crime in the courts. Okay, as somebody who lives in an American city, I guarantee you cops are still, like, going around hassling people, arresting folks, generally being dinguses and dillweeds and dicks. I guarantee you they're still, like, catching people who they believe are doing crimes, or arresting people just for the fun of it and accusing them of doing crimes in order to justify the arrest. Like, I guarantee you they are still doing this in every single city. You cannot tell me, like, oh, the police just aren't doing anything in major cities. because they are, like, all the time. And usually it's some kind of variation of assholery. But I love the idea that, like, cops in cities are just like, yeah, whatever, do crimes. Because that's just not the case. The Rust Belt had a taste of this earlier, where the majority of major cities like Philadelphia, Detroit, parts of New York, Buffalo, St. Louis, among others, are now functionally uninhabitable. Which parts? Like, which? What are you talking about, dog? I'm baffled by this man. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
Fact that this city is headed for a disaster of biblical proportion. What do you mean, biblical? What do you mean? God type stuff. Exactly. Fire and brimstone coming down from the skies. Rivers and seas boiling.
40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes.
The dead rising from the grave. Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. You could accept.
Yeah, I mean, this is every Rudyard video. The end is nigh. He's basically your local apocalypse preacher, you know? At the same time, the ruling government has an oppositional relationship to its own citizens. It can ban them pushing their own ethnic interests. Very telling that is the first thing he lists. It can, the tyrannical government where the police don't do anything, is very capable, though, when it comes to banning you pursuing your ethnic interests. I wonder what this guy who thinks Rhodesia was a really sweet deal, I wonder what he thinks about what ethnic interests should be pushed. I'm so curious, this guy who believes in neo-Nazi esotericism.
Rudyard and Asmongold living together. Truly are end times.
I mean, that would I would die. I would simply die. It's a sign of the apocalypse, indeed. So, pushing their own ethnic interests, promote actively anti-natal policies, use the police against them, or indoctrinate their children through the educational system. So just to be clear, laws aren't being enforced, but the laws are being enforced when it comes to cracking down on ethnic supremacy, and apparently laws are also somehow being enforced in America to push anti-natal policies. Guys, anti-natalism is not a mainstream ideology. It's just not. Most people aren't like, hell yeah, stop having kids just out of principle. Like, that's not really a meaningful movement or thing in the United States at this point in time. It's just not. These policies are more obvious in Europe than America today, but the threat is very real here. An insidious element of anarcho-tyranny is that they've effectively normalized crime by preventing citizens from protecting themselves or their neighbors while not performing the service that they now have a monopoly on, or maintaining law and order. It's a very strange contradiction that only makes sense in this era of history. This doesn't make any sense to me because people literally have stand your ground laws. America's one of the most well-armed nations on the planet. Many people have guns to defend themselves if necessary. Like, oh man, yeah, citizens are prevented from protecting themselves or their neighbors. By what? Nothing prevents us from doing that, actually.
Tyranny, comparable to many left-wing cities in America, where the right-wingers who would push social norms that would stabilize said cities are actively and brutally suppressed. Meanwhile, antisocial criminals or leftist terrorists are actively supported, not even suppressed. This creates an artificial state of nature where without these oppressive authorities, you'd see a natural hierarchy emerge of people who could stop these criminals.
Just to be very clear here, the oppressive force that he's talking about is BLM. That is the oppressive tyrannical force he's talking about here.
While the authorities refuse to actually exercise any of the authority which only they are responsible for. This means that a lot of how lame the internet currently is by design. We could have a much better internet, but we've chosen to hook up our entire society to the psychological...
Yeah, all the leftists, all the leftist terrorists that are being, I don't know, funded by George Soros or some shit, right? It's all conspiracy bullshit nonsense to this man.
Equivalent of an open sewer vent that no one is cleaning. People do not...
It's honestly like you took ChatGPT with all of its error-prone, calculations and shoved it into a human body. Right? Like, that's essentially what happens here. Just talking with perfect confidence in the most incorrect way imaginable. Like, yeah, dog, put that glue on that pizza. That will make it more delicious.
Seem to comprehend that if wielded correctly, the internet could be the best thing on earth. People don't seem to comprehend.
People will say, Rudyard, how can you say that when we can make the internet a work of art if every time you let people in, then degenerates emerge to ruin it? Okay, my response is that nothing is stopping you from having gated or filtered segments of the internet to pursue your certain aims. People say, discrimination, but if you're doing this by interest group or skill level, then that's how every group ever works. People naturally discriminate by those all the time, which is like... Yeah, you can run your own internet community. People have been doing that since forever on the internet. You can do that. But what people are generally asking is like, hey, how can we have open internet communities where like anyone can join and like, have it not slowly suck as shitty people join?
That if wielded correctly, the internet could be the best thing on earth. It could be a living work of art and a cry for freedom. We have more control over the internet than we have over material reality, so why don't we turn the internet into Renaissance Florence, or classical Athens, or the American frontier? If we had the internet in the 1950s...
Well, I mean... One, it was compared to the American frontier for a very long time until major social media companies and Google in particular, search engines, started effectively acting as gate agents to reach and learn about different websites. You can't very well access a website that you don't know exists, for example. And we're getting dangerously close to a point where, like, you need to pay Google in order for your website to appear on the internet at all.
It would reflect that society and would be far more productive since you'd have segments of the internet with strict moderation that would just be for productive discourse, or other segments for family.
Also worth noting that the reason, like, Florence looks the way it does is because of dueling aristocratic families and merchant fortunes being spent to outdo one another and recruit better artisans, recruit more soldiers, etc., etc., etc. Like, it centuries of doing that with people who were built up entire generations of skilled artisans within their households. And our ability to do that when it comes to coding is limited at best because coding is so new, and also because we keep firing all of the workers that make the internet run like every 2 months. The turnover rate right now in tech is abysmal.
And the like. The reason that technologists often say that technological innovation...
You're a moron, coding isn't new? It absolutely is compared to something like pottery or sculpture. When we're talking about coding, we're talking about something that was designed like, 70, 80 years ago. for, even for it to even be capable of imagining what coding today is capable of. And most coding languages aren't that old. And so when you start looking, when I'm talking about old, I'm talking about art forms that go back thousands of years. People have been making sculptures since like 100,000 years ago. When I'm talking about new, it's relative to the age of other forms of work and art. God, pedantic ass. Coding is new. The ability to write software is shockingly new compared to so many things. There are still people alive today who helped build the internet, the technology that makes the internet possible. Like, it's not that old.
Is positive for society, while the technological innovations of recent times,
Yeah, ancient Egypt, great when it came to sculpting, terrible when it came to coding in C++.
often feel negative to our real lives, is that earlier eras of Western history were much better governed, so they were able to negate the technological negatives while reaching the positives. The horrible Dickensian factory work conditions 200 years ago sparked a moral panic to help the poor, which none of the disbalances of the digital revolution have provoked from our elite. The rise of the automobile.
Well, wait. They did. People did launch social and economic movements in order to change working conditions in more modern era. But we saw what happened, which is that the elite, having gained a sufficient enough amount of wealth, started moving their factories to places that were less organized, that had less capacity to actually fight back economically, so they could have cheaper and cheaper workforces. That's what happened. That's why you have the death of like manufacturing in America. So, like, the backlash did happen. It just didn't take the same route as what happened during the Industrial Revolution because the conditions were different.
Provoked the creation of a highway system, while the government today wouldn't be able to build those highways, so cars would just.
We literally keep building them. That's what road
You
construction
say you have
is.
thousands of years of artistry and engineering, but can you use ChatGPT?
I'm simply built different, and I do not. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Death of manufacturing jobs in America. Sure, like real quick, if you really need me to provide a citation on that. Yeah, here we go. We go from a peak in 1945 to almost 40% of American workforce being in manufacturing to today, steady decline over time to where it's about 8.3%. It's not nothing, but it's not, it fell by quite a bit over the years. So what we're talking about when it comes to highways is obvious. We continue to build highways to this day. The government builds the roads still every year. Also, the roads were not necessarily built with like economics in mind per se. They were built specifically in response to the Cold War to transport troops and supplies and missiles and all that good stuff across the country, especially in the event of an invasion from the Soviet Union. It was seen largely as a national defense project, which is why it was built so quickly. And then it just so turned out that a lot of people made great use of it to spur economic growth and development.
clog up our normal street system, making us resent them. Furthermore, if cars were invented today, they'd be so regulated that only the rich could afford them.
They are so regulated that only the rich can afford them. That's why you have seatbelts. It's why you have airbags. It's why you have crumple zones. It's why there are like efficiency standards for engines. What are you talking about, dog? But also, if they were invented today, they wouldn't be using combustion engines. They'd be using electric motors.
Where you'd need the equivalent of an airplane license to drive them, while the regulations would make it unprofitable to mass produce them cheaply for the public. This would provoke profound envy from the masses, who would potentially vote in many Western countries.
I'm sorry, this does not make sense, because literally when cars were invented, they were viewed as toys for the ultra wealthy. This already happened. And his point is so asinine. I can't believe he's trying to make it. This is like saying, if the horse and carriage were invented today, it would be a luxury reserved only for the wealthiest of society. And it's like, well, wait, that's exactly what happened when we made elaborate horse and carriages. Actually. And then they became more commonplace. And people of lower stations were able to use them.
To ban the rich from owning cars for what were really spurious climate reasons, which still doesn't stop them from doing that in our world. A consistent theme in this entire video is that the modern materialist worldview is very bad in assessing things by quality or value in a way that can't be measured numerically. To return to an older theme in this video, from a human perspective, it's clear why social media can have such a clear negative effect on women. Social media naturally strips nuance.
Yeah, because it's misogyny, right? It's because of all the misogyny and hatred they experience, right? Because of all the objectification, right? Oh wait, no, he's about to go. I bet it's like women are duped by the algorithms. Women are more easily manipulated because they're less logical. That's the direction I think is going to take
Fun
this.
fact: electric cars predate combustion engine cars.
It's true!
In context from social...
We could have been investing in battery research technology the entire time instead of in just the last 20 years.
Interactions, which are the positives that allow depth, while leaving the elements that provoke envy or dissatisfaction. It's unclear if this is intentional, since the left often generates these through social interactions they own, since, like school or the media, given the left benefits from them. As an example, most people won't mind if their boss makes more money than them if their boss is kind and clearly competent. For many public figures, we can respect that they genuinely gave contributions to society great
It was the left, of course.
enough that if they're not paid for them, it's deeply unfair. However, if you're forced to stare at another girl who you believe to be prettier than you, and you see that she has more likes, that's pure envy and self-loathing fuel with no humanizing elements.
But this just isn't how most people are when they're on social media. You know, like, here's an anecdote. I was on social media the other day, and I came across the Instagram account of a woman who wears the tiniest possible bikinis and is like a heavily muscled weightlifter who practices twirling swords. And it was her act, and like, objectively incredibly beautiful woman, incredible physique, and incredible skills when it comes to twirling a sword for this act. And I didn't look at how many likes she had. I was just really impressed by her performance and like impressed by her like physical accomplishments. And that was just really cool. maybe I'm not like a good indicator of how most people use social media, but like I just like I think that it's great to see people being weird little guys. It's wonderful. Can you please share her name? I would love to, but I do not remember what the account was. I just remembered being really impressed.
Other two major elements of the incentives provided by the internet which provoke this crisis of young female mental health.
Yeah, mostly I look at other people and I'm just like, people are cool as hell. Look at them. I love that they're successful.
Are the lack of resolution or depth. For the lack of resolution, all of digital culture is designed to be a shallow pool where there's no way to really level up. For an example in sex, the internet keeps you in a state of moderate titillation without release, while in a healthy human...
Well, keep some people in a state of titillation without release, but those who have, grown beyond, have gone plus ultra, they are able to find release.
society, sexual titillation would be correlated with release. I notice it in books, since books operate the exact opposite way, where you'll read a 300-page book on the French Revolution, and by the end your knowledge of the topic has progressed. For the internet, you'll pick up a lot of little facts, but never general concepts or knowledge.
Unless, of course, you find yourself intrigued by a little fact, and then you dive down to learn more about that little fact and expand your base of knowledge. Kind of like, sure, you could have the most surface level relationship with other people possible, or you could, of course, get to know other people and like pursue information and be curious about the world and your place in it. Rudyard just has the lowest possible opinion of other human beings.
The issue is that the first type of knowledge is categorically superior to the latter on a vast basis. Fun facts don't build up to change you or how you think. It's the same thing that the internet rewards.
Well, that's not true. For example, here's a fun fact. The term the rough trades, which has been used for essentially meaning beefy boys who work doing things like coal mining and what have you, who also engage in sex work, originates out of the 1700s in England, where men on Sodomites Row would go in order to proposition other men in the rough trades who were coming back from work doing the various beefy boy professions. And this in turn gave rise to what we now call today bear culture. So, that's a pretty fun fact that I think broadens your understanding a little bit about the world, and that in fact a lot of different subcultures and such grow out of interesting and unique times and places and circumstances, and that when you learn about that, it actually makes your world a richer, more interesting place to inhabit.
Really vast, very peripheral networks, but makes close friendships very difficult. I find especially so with successful people who have large networks, that if you actually try to figure out how many of these supposed friends they can really trust or rely on in bad times, it's often none. I had an experience recently that horrified me, where I was very sleep deprived, and so my internal monologue turned off. And so I didn't have the voice inside my mind that's constantly talking and analyzing things, and that stuff. And I found I spent more time on the screen, and I realized that the reason I was...
My main job is fighting sex trafficking rings. Sounds like a pretty cool job. Wish you the best of luck.
Doing this is that we've offshored everything to screen-based life, and I can spend hours off the screen because I can read, or I'll often go for hours straight where I'm not quote-unquote doing anything because I'm just thinking and I'm processing my internal monologue. And when I was very sleep deprived, I realized not everyone or the vast majority of people are not like this. And I felt the profound sense of how trapped they must feel, that their only reality is the screen, and they're not.
God, he literally thinks he's like the protagonist of a dystopian film where everyone is like their eyes are tethered to their screens. Man, you need to. This is guys. I have talked a little bit about viewing yourself as a protagonist. It's very important that you view yourself as a protagonist with agency, but not in such a way that you evolve into like the kind of person who's like, I'm the only one with agency. Everyone else is but a cog in a great design that I alone control. Okay? Never become Lelouch, or is what I'm saying. Never let yourself become Lelouch.
Offered any alternative by society. And
that was from Code Geass, in case any of you don't know what I'm talking about.
that must make them feel deeply powerless and lost. I don't believe in humble bragging, but I do
What the fuck was that? Anyway, thank you for the $5 dono, Gertrude Schmidt. That was weird. Is there a demon in the text-to-speech?
believe in bragging. And I think beneath that is an underlying point that's deeply concerning, that in a society where we've removed all of the...
Oh, I'm pretty good at recognizing sex trafficking rings, specifically because I live in Minnesota, and the Mall of America is one of the most prominent sex trafficking hotspots in the entire country. And folks here get pretty good at spotting that kind of behavior going on so that they can tell, like, you know, the local police about it so they can, you know, go catch some bad guys.
Alternatives to screen addiction, and most people realistically either work through their internal monologues through social interactions, or they work. So when you've offshored both of those to screens, you have totally cut off the density of their lives and the depth of their lives and meaning. This means that the internet provokes feelings of perpetual adolescence. I call the part of life when you're young and trying to start a family, master a career.
Sex trafficking.
Oh, 10,000%. 10,000%. Rudyard is like one bad day away from supporting like government mandated wives.
Career or develop a sense of identity as the journeyman phase, from that being the term for that phase of a craftsman's life in the pre-industrial world. We've extended the journeyman phase for most young people today to be their entire lives, where they never get to become real adults. The internet works like this, where
that's capitalism. That is because of capitalism. The thing you are saying and terming is real adulthood is just being in the middle class. That's it. Most people are struggling to achieve that.
I've watched the digital right develop since COVID. I've been disappointed since it's never evolved to come to any genuine conclusions. We're stuck in this permanent state of
That's because if the right's ideas were taken to their conclusions, it would destroy all human life on Earth.
Satisfaction against
That's not hyperbole.
Left, while whenever someone tries to develop a new coalition, which is really a life or death issue for us, so the left doesn't destroy the West, the mob pulls them back down.
Teleports behind you. It's nothing personal, kid.
This means that every single interaction has to be shallow, since depth is punished, which over the course of years feels like a bunch of toddlers fighting over who gets the shared box of toys, while not realizing that there's a tiger who's about to eat them, and there's a much larger box of nicer toys they could reach if they delayed gratification for 20 minutes. That since with the removal of any depth or shared context, the only signaling device left.
But we have depth and context. You just don't want to engage with the depth or the context which you admitted at the top of this video when you began talking about how you removed yourself from society because you thought it was completely pointless and without value. You are in self-imposed minimization of life here, Rudyard. It's crazy.
Is the most shallow performativity. Part of the reason that the woke left has been able to dominate the Western world is that they're perfectly designed to play into the performative and atomized nature of the internet world. And
no, lol, I moved from What are you talking about, dude? I moved from Mankato to Pipestone. I don't care if y'all know where I'm at. I am a U.S. Marine. So if anyone comes visits me with bad intention, you're lost. Where I am is what should I expect from you. I've been fighting for years, and your steam, the struggle you look to spread info or eating up clout. Dog, go sleep off. Go sleep off whatever you drank. You can't even string words together. You're like trying to like get into a bar fight in a live stream chat. You silly little Billy. Like go sleep it off. And like no one gives a fuck about you, I promise. No one in this chat gives a fuck about you. I'm sure you have friends and family who give a fuck about you and love your company, despite all evidence you are presenting to us to the contrary. But go in peace, brother.
Exchange for mouthing the right words, the people involved are able to get excused for the most reprehensible behavior, which is a good deal for a lot of the worst people. I remember when a friend explained to me that most discourse on Twitter isn't—
Lol, you're right. Yeah, look, go get some good sleep, okay?
About making statements to clarify your thought process, but is instead tribal signaling. I started to notice how the mob would radically change its opinions on topics overnight, or would believe contradictory things. I didn't realize that the cohesion mattered to them that much, and I didn't understand why they were willing to sacrifice their individuality for a group that offered them literally nothing. People aren't making money or deep friendships from these Twitter mobs. It's just a surrogate for religion and community that they don't realize can't perform the same role. Humanization is the most—
No, wait. It is born out of a desire to have community. By participating in collective action, that is a form of community participation. It isn't a stand-in for face-to-face participation in community, but it is a type of participation in community, nonetheless. Like, that's what they get out of it. Like, we're wired to seek it out, and that's what they're getting out of it. It's a low-stakes way to participate in, like, communal bonding rituals at the expense of others. You know, to show we're in the in-group, they're in the out-group, there you have it. We're all the same. We're basically built-in friends. Yeah.
Powerful force for social cohesion. If you interact with people of differing social classes, personalities, ethnicities, or sexes, you can be aware of the negative or positive aspects of their group identity while still being able to see them as people with souls. For example, in our society, the envious hatred of the rich and the rich's decision to screw over the working classes—
It's not and look, people on the left don't have an envious hatred of the rich because they want the wealth of the rich. People on the left dislike rich people because of the systemic wealth they are able to wield to then dominate and control people who have less wealth. That is the problem. It isn't, oh, you have a nice house and we want that nice house. It's, oh, wait, you're using your vast reserves of wealth in order to try and, like, poison my local water supply so that you can open a new factory that's without any regulations. Right? Like, people are mad at the wealthy because they're able to buy the political representation that our democracy promises to the people, not to the oligarchs. That's why people are don't like the rich. It has very little to do with, oh, they have a nice boat, oh, they have a nice car, oh, they have a nice house. Most people don't need the nicest house. They do, however, need liberty. They do, however, need freedom. They do, however, need community. And all of this is directly antithetical to how rich people make their wealth.
In a litany of ways, both stem from the loss of shared ties that would bind the upper and lower classes together in a normal society, with, as an example, the village lord who has responsibility and duties to the peasants, or vice versa.
Yes, noblesse oblige.
Those are always less extractive than the system or the total state. It's why I find a lot of the hatred across the sexes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
As an example, the village lord who has responsibility and duties to the peasants, or vice versa. Those are always less extractive than the system or the total state.
What are you talking about? The existence of noblesse oblige doesn't imply that, like, the extractive system was, moderate by any means. You have so many examples. You have so many examples throughout history of peasants revolting and trying to kill their feudal lords, specifically because of the cruelty levels of the extractive process under feudalism. Right? If you didn't make your allotted amount of grain that you were supposed to give your feudal lord, they could just kill you. Like, fuck, even Marx acknowledges that feudalism was awful and that capitalism was an improvement on feudalism.
It's why I find a lot of the hatred across the sexes online worrying. The female hatred of men is obviously
By the way,
dangerous,
did you hear
but
about AI companies buying rare and ancient books and using a scanning process that destroys the original?
Yeah, it makes me really fucking angry. In some cases, they're rumored to have destroyed the last
What duties
copies.
does a peasant have to a Lord Rudyard? So CRA.
Cra, indeed. Indeed. Thank you for the $5 dono, Balls Deep 6969. Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan.
This dude sounds like an AI voice bot. Script written by chat. Prompts include white replacement theory and my manifesto.
I mean, honestly, I would tend to think that this was AI generated, but unfortunately, I've watched enough of this to know that this is just genuinely how his brain thinks, and I don't think AI would be able to recreate this type of insanity so consistently.
Verse, for the men who are hating women now, it's not the pre-modern comprehension of different abilities, but a dehumanized hatred. I often have a sense of the current—
Yeah, because in the past, men definitely thought of women as human. Oh, wait, they didn't? Oh, that's crazy. Anyway.
digital misogyny. You guys are aware we're stuck with the Floyds, right? We can't treat them like a foreign nation, even if in the last few decades, feminism has been inexcusable. We are forced to sleep in the same—
Yeah. The ideology that believes, men and women are both controlled by patriarchy in ways that are negative, and we should maybe seek to, alleviate that oppression somewhat. That's right. Very inexcusable. How dare an ideology oppose the subjugation of half the planet?
same beds with them. The internet pushes the opposite of humanization and narratives that are the exact opposite of it, while there's no weight for action.
Oh, to be very clear, I do think that AI could create a script for a video like this.
We asked 100 serfs. Top 10 answers are on the board. It's time to play family feudalism.
Oh, I thought that this was gonna go in the direction, Sake, of making fun of Jubilee. One feudal lord versus 50 angry peasants. find out what they think on
Stuck
Jubilee.
with the Foids, my god, I audibly screeched, I am at work, help.
Oh god. It's really bad, guys. Like, I will say I do think AI could write a script this insane, but I don't think, because I've seen so many of his videos, I don't think AI could consistently make scripts this insane in his unique way.
This means that social performance becomes the only vector. Authors have spoken about for thousands of years how disastrous the mob is. Pre-modern political philosophy was centrally about how to avoid the mob, since so many choices that people regretted enormously afterwards were only possible since the mob abdicated responsibility for everyone involved. Humans are innately herd animals, and we have a mental switch that in groups we can get away with behaviors like breaking buildings or laws, which we wouldn't try as individuals.
A great book on the subject.
Can we make Stuck with the Foids a soundboard?
I don't think I don't want Foyd on my soundboard. It is very funny, but like I don't think I want that. I don't think I want to touch that. But thank you for the $5 dono. Wait, just out of curiosity, I'm not familiar with this author. See, a French anthropologist who wrote primarily in the late 1800s. Very curious. It is quite interesting, just as an FYI, that many of the people who were influenced by Le Bon seem to have been, fascists. George Lackman Moss claimed the fascist theories of leadership that emerged during the 1920s owed much to Le Bon's theories of crowd psychology. Adolf Hitler is known to have read the crowd and in Mein Kampf drew on the propaganda techniques proposed by Le Bon. Benito Mussolini also made careful study of Le Bon. Cool. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though.
Crowds are nightmares since they adjust to the lowest quality behavior, since there's no one directing them according to the rational will. The internet is designed to exacerbate this to the worst degree. It combines a total lack of consequences with no standards, and then a bias towards negative psychology. People are so terrible online since it's actively rewarded by their peers, while they wouldn't behave in this manner in person since they'd get punched in the face. I've started to notice that the rudeness and poor quality of internet discourse bleeds into real life, which is disappointing. To be fair though, making a
rudeness should stay online where it belongs.
Division between the internet and real life feels more and more pointless as time passes, given everything quote-unquote real or current in our society occurs online, while nothing
there isn't a distinction. Online is real life.
Changes in person. If everyone is constantly hooked up online, we become a digital society that happens to be stuck in physical reality.
Or, it's all in physical reality, and there isn't the difference between your online life and your physical life outside of, how you are perceived socially. But, let's keep just making these bizarre distinctions.
We're already living in the Ready Player One reality.
No, we're
What
not.
all of this means is that we end up in a uniquely bad constellation of variables where you have these crowds form with incentives that pander to the lowest common denominator through shallow emotional appeals vetted solely through performative morality.
I really thought that there was going to be a break somewhere in the middle here, and there aren't any timestamps. as far as I can tell. Which is a problem because I would really like to just take a break at like halfway through, but we're over halfway through now, and I don't think I have another 20 minutes of this in me. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna call it on this one. We're gonna come back to it on a new day, because this is a lot, and honestly, um, I don't really think he knows about what he's talking about, guys. It is so draining. I mean, it is, but then you realize nothing he's saying makes any sense, and you can then allow it to wash over you like a cleansing fire of ignorance. You know? Just scour your brain free of wrinkles. Become one with the life current or something. I don't know. Anyway, we will be back to do this again. I'm not sure what day, but we will be back to do it again. We will finish this up. And all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the
Just say how
femoids.
far in the video your chat will remember.
Foids. Yeah. I mean, we're at 31 minutes on the dot out of a 50-minute video. And all that being said, the best way we can inoculate our communities against this kind of shit, and the best way we can inoculate ourselves against this shit, is to go and get involved in your local political scene. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved. Go socialize with people in real life. DSA especially has a lot of socializing functions that you can get involved with. And, you know, use and build that agency you have in your local community to make things better. It will restore your faith in humanity. It will make your life better, as well as the lives of those you love better. So get involved. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. So, all that being said, if you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and also if you want to do door knocking, phone banking, etc. for various different midterm campaigns that are running right now across the country outside of your local area, check out Progressive Victory, link down below.
Queen.
And I will check that out in a second. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And last but not least, check out ImagineOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock. We just got a new color. We just got 2 sizes. Go check it out. ImagineOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. We did it! We did it. Sake Tanuki, what is this? Matt Damon's biceps in that Odyssey fight scene, they're hers. Matt Damon's stunt double in the Odyssey is a 4'6" woman named Devin Dalton. Hell yeah. Good for her. Good for her. Damn queen indeed. A scene from the Odyssey. Matt Damon, who plays Odysseus, said in an interview that Devin Dalton has the greatest arms I've ever seen. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go, queen. God. She's 4'6"? Yeah. Anyway. I will see you all sometime in the future. So thanks for tuning in tonight, folks. Appreciate each and every one of you that made this stream possible. and supported it financially. You guys allow me to keep coming back day after day. I do want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up that I am going to be gone on the 7th until the 11th. I think I'll come back on the 11th actually. But I'm just letting you guys know that like there isn't going to be a stream on the 7th or the 10th. Which, you know, is 2 extra days for a bit of a longer weekend, but I'm letting you know in advance, so it's not a surprise. So I hope you guys don't miss me too much. Anyway, that's a long time from now. We are going to continue to keep making content, obviously, and you will not starve for want of content. Good night, y'all. Bye.